Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Drokar. I grip the heavy stone, feeling its jagged edges bite into my palms. The sun beats down, turning sweat into a river along my back as I hoist it onto my shoulder. "Move it, brute!" The dark elf noble's voice pierces the air like a whip crack. His lips curl into a sneer, eyes narrowed at me and the other orcs laboring nearby. I shift my weight and push forward, each step a battle against the ache in my muscles. Just beyond him, two elven women drape themselves against each other, giggling as if his words are pearls of wisdom instead of taunts. They lean closer, whispering like birds, their laughter hollow but sweet to his ears. "What is that one doing?" One woman tosses her platinum hair over her shoulder, eyeing me with feigned concern. "He'll break his back for nothing." "Or for scraps," the noble replies with a chuckle. "Look at them. Just strong enough to work, but too dull to think." I grit my teeth. I keep my head down, focus on the stone that feels heavier with every insult tossed my way. Orcs are nothing more than tools to these elves. Muscle meant for their whims and amusement. The noble laughs again, a cruel sound that reverberates through me like thunder. "You should thank your lucky stars you're not on your knees begging for scraps from our tables," he says to no one in particular. My hands tremble with fury as I set down the stone near a half-erect wall made of dark granite, smooth and perfectly aligned, as if shaped by hands more skilled than mine could ever be. The other orcs grunt and strain around me. Some grunt in response to his jeering, while others simply remain silent, staring straight ahead, as if that might shield them from scorn. I can't shake the feeling that they enjoy this, seeing us toil while they bask in their so-called superiority. They wield chaos magic like a child wields a toy, a show of power over those deemed lesser. "Drokar!" The noble barks again. "You're falling behind!" Pick up the pace. A rush of heat floods my chest. I glance at him. He wears fine robes that flow like water while I'm draped in rough cloth, stained with dirt and labor's sweat. The women giggle again. They flutter about him like moths drawn to flame, distracted by jewels instead of realizing they hover around decay. I grab another stone, forcing it onto my shoulder despite the burn in my muscles. As I march back to the pile, resentment swells within me. I shift my weight again, feeling the rough stone press against my shoulder. Each step sinks deeper into the muck of my thoughts. These elves, these so-called noble beings, are perfectly capable of using their chaos magic to raise their grand homes without lifting a finger. But they choose not to. They revel in our toil, deriving pleasure from watching us struggle under the weight of their whims. The sun begins its descent, casting long shadows that stretch across the worksite, like dark fingers reaching for the horizon. I can almost hear their laughter echoing in my mind as I labor, chipping away at this pointless addition to their already overblown estate. The sound of laughter pulls me from my thoughts. A pair of elves stand at the edge of the site, exchanging whispers while tossing glances our way. Their eyes sparkle with amusement, as if they are watching a jester perform. It gnaws at me, a constant reminder that we are little more than beasts to them. I grunt as I set down another stone and wipe the sweat from my brow with a grimy forearm. The heat wraps around me like a noose, tightening with every passing minute. I need to finish this before darkness claims the day and before I lose what little patience remains within me. Finally, as the sun dips below the horizon, we line up like cattle, weary and worn, each orc shuffling forward in silence. My heart pounds in my chest as I approach the noble seated behind a makeshift table, a lowly lord in his grand estate. He looks up from his ledger with a smirk twisting his lips. "Drokar," he drawls, dragging out my name as if it tastes sour on his tongue. I keep my gaze fixed on the ground, but feel his eyes bore into me. He hands over a few tarnished coins, barely enough to buy scraps for supper, and chuckles. "Lucky to even have coin," he sneers, flipping through pages of gold-stamped transactions that reflect lives lived far removed from mine. My fists clench at my sides as I force myself not to react. A flicker of rage stirs deep within me. It burns like fire, but is snuffed out by despair's heavy weight. How far have we fallen? My clan once wielded magic, once struck fear into our enemies and commanded respect wherever we tread. Did you think you get more? The elf's voice cuts through me like ice, filled with mockery and disdain. I grind my teeth together and step back from the table without responding. Their arrogance feeds on our pain. It empowers them while we struggle, just to survive another day under their rule. As I leave the line, shadows stretch further across our tired forms, gloom settling heavily upon us like a funeral shroud. The gods have abandoned us. That's what everyone says. The reason why we lost our magic and our might. They claim we've become less worthy than before, when once we were powerful and revered. But I can't accept that belief. Not entirely. The elves revel in their false superiority while they wield power without thought for those who serve them. Their gods may smile upon them now, but every time an orc labors beneath an elven lash, I know deep down there's a darkness lurking behind their bright eyes, a flicker of fear they hide beneath layers of pride. With each step away from that table laden with mockery, anger churns inside me. A storm ready to break free against everything these nobles represent. Oppression and entitlement wrapped tightly in one fine package adorned with jewels and silks. I breathe deeply and steady myself against an ancient tree's gnarled trunk nearby, a remnant of better days when strength ruled over magic lost, and cowardice disguised itself as nobility. And while I keep my head down now among these proud elven walls, one day they'll remember who truly holds strength.
Chapter 2. Kayla. The chill cuts through the air, a reminder that winter is creeping in. I lead my small band of survivors through the open field, the dying grass crunching beneath our feet. Each step feels heavy, like the weight of our situation presses down on us. We've made it this far, but we can't afford to stop. Not now. Ahead, I spot Ethan squatting low to the ground, pencil scratching furiously against a piece of paper. "Ethan!" I call out, my voice sharp enough to cut through the biting wind. "We need to keep moving." He looks up, his brow furrowed in concentration. "I'm just mapping the area," he replies, pride mingling with stubbornness in his tone. "Mapping?" I shake my head and glance back at the others. 6 pairs of weary eyes watch us from a distance. We're all exhausted and hungry, and yet here he is, scribbling lines as if it'll somehow change our fate. "I know how important this is," he continues, voice quieter now, as if hoping to persuade me with sincerity. "We could find a better route next time." I sigh. Ethan means well, I know that. But his attempts at contribution often feel misplaced, like trying to catch smoke with bare hands. He struggles with survival skills while everyone else knows how to fight or scavenge or navigate by instinct alone. "Come on." I move closer and crouch down beside him, trying not to sound too impatient. "We'll get caught if we linger here." His shoulders droop slightly as he glances at the horizon. the vast expanse where fields meet a darkening sky, a space that feels both endless and threatening. With a reluctant nod, he folds his paper and tucks it into his pocket. I reach out to place a hand on his shoulder, squeezing gently for reassurance before standing back up. "Let's go." He pushes himself up slowly and falls in step beside me as we rejoin the others. Their faces are worn but determined. We've all learned how to mask fear behind stubborn resolve. We move together across the field, each step an act of defiance against those bastard orcs who hunt us like prey. They think they've won. They think they've broken us. But we are still here, still breathing, and that's enough for now. As we weave through the sparse patches of grass, I glance back at Ethan, watching him carefully scribble away at his map again. The bitter wind bites, nipping at my cheeks and making my fingers ache. I push forward, leading my small band of survivors toward the tree line ahead. The skeletal branches sway against the grey sky, a stark reminder that winter creeps closer with every passing day. No shelter in sight. Dread coils tightly in my gut. I reach the base of a small incline and turn back to help Patricia down. Her breaths come heavier now, each step more laboured than the last. "Kayla?" she wheezes, her hands resting on her knees as she steadies herself. "When can we stop?" My feet aren't as young as they used to be. I flash her a reassuring smile, though anxiety prickles beneath my skin. "We'll find somewhere to rest soon, I promise." Just as I finish speaking, Carl strides over, his tall frame casting a shadow over us. He kneels beside Patricia and offers her an arm for support. "We need somewhere safe for winter," he says, his brow furrowed in concern. "We've never been this close to the first snow without shelter." His voice holds a weight that settles over us like an unwelcome shroud. I want to say something comforting, something to ease the growing tension, but the words catch in my throat. The truth lingers just below the surface. Winter means starvation and cold. It means despair. "We'll figure it out," I insist, forcing confidence into my tone. "We always do." But even as I speak, doubt worms its way into my thoughts. How many times have we faced hopelessness? How many times have we escaped by sheer luck alone? Sylvie's soft whimper cuts through the chill air like glass shattering. I spin around to see her standing off to the side, clutching her tummy with tears glistening in her eyes. "I'm too hungry to walk anymore," she cries, her voice cracking like ice underfoot. Panic flares inside me, a rush of guilt at failing to keep everyone fed and safe. Without hesitation, I scoop Sylvie up into my arms and cradle her against me. "We'll eat soon," I whisper fiercely against her tangled hair. "I promise." Her small frame trembles against me. I can feel how frail she's become since our supplies dwindled last week. My heart sinks deeper into despair when reality crashes over me like an avalanche. We're running out of options. As we continue along the tree line's edge, Sylvie burrows into me for warmth while Patricia leans heavily on Carl's sturdy arm. Their footsteps slow behind me, exhaustion settling like a heavy blanket on their shoulders. We keep marching, the sun sinking lower, its warmth fading into the chill of approaching night. The wind whistles through the trees, biting at our exposed skin. Each step feels heavier, but we push on, driven by sheer will and the hours that pass. Up ahead, something catches my eye, a small cubby in the side of a hill. The overhang looks promising, a natural shield against the elements. "Over here!" I call out, pointing toward the shelter. They shuffle closer as I lead the way inside. The dim light casts shadows on our faces as we unload our rucksacks, revealing our meagre supplies. I glance around at each of them, hungry and worn out. My stomach twists with worry. We pool what little food we have, a handful of nuts, some dried meat that's seen better days, and a few withered vegetables from Jen's last gathering run. It's barely enough to feed us all for one meal. "Patricia," I say as she sets up her cooking supplies, "can you make something with this?" She nods and gets to work without complaint. The crackle of kindling fills the air as I help her coax a fire to life. Flames flicker to life, casting warmth and dancing shadows across our faces. As the smell of cooking meat wafts around us, everyone settles into their spots. Jen scoots closer to Ethan on the ground. His eyes stay glued to his map as he sketches lines that only he understands. Carl and Brendan take turns standing watch outside with their weapons, a bat and a deformed machete, eyes scanning for any signs of danger. Sylvie crouches beside Patricia, drawing in the dirt with a stick like it's her own personal canvas. Her innocent laughter feels like a distant echo against the stark reality surrounding us. Brittany suddenly plops down next to me, her expression serious as she bites her lip. "Kayla," she asks softly, "are we going to make it through winter? Or are we going to lose more people again?" The question hangs heavy in the air, like an uninvited guest. My mind races back to Marcus, her father, and Greg, the oldest among us who fell ill last year and never recovered. Loss gnaws at my heart like an unrelenting predator. I pull Brittany into my side, feeling her fragile frame tremble slightly against mine. "We'll figure something out," I promise firmly, though doubt lingers just beneath my words. Deep down, I know what we need. A raid on an orc settlement might be our only chance for survival this winter. Stealing supplies isn't something I take lightly. It means risking everything for scraps that could mean life or death for us all. But as Brittany leans against me, hope flickering in her eyes like our fire's glow, I can't shake off the urgency clawing at my insides. Tonight is just one battle in a long war. We can't afford to lose this one too. Chapter 3. Kayla. I shove a few more tools into my bag, the metal clinking against each other as I zip it closed. My heart races with the familiar mix of anxiety and determination. Every run carries risk, but we need supplies, and time is running out. "Going on a run, aren't you?" Brendan's voice breaks through my focus. I glance up to find him already geared up, his eyes bright with excitement. I nod, forcing myself to meet his gaze. "I can't ask you to go with me." "Why not?" His brow furrows in that way that tells me he's not backing down. "I'm ready." The way he looks at me, filled with trust and admiration, makes my stomach twist. He's only 2 years younger than me, but I see the leader in him, even if he doesn't recognize it yet. And he sees the leader in me. He would do anything I asked of him. I refuse to take advantage of that respect. "It's dangerous out there," I say softly, packing a spare flashlight into the bag. "You need to stay back and protect everyone here." "I can handle myself," he insists, crossing his arms defiantly over his chest. "And besides, what if you need backup? You won't know how many orcs are out there." I pause for a moment, weighing my options against the urgency of our situation. The air feels thick with tension. We're both too aware of what happens when we run low on food. "Fine," I relent finally, biting back frustration and relief in equal measure. "But stick close to me." He grins like I've just given him the world. As we slip into the darkness outside our shelter, the cool night air bites at my cheeks. Stars glimmer above us like distant hopes. We move quietly through the trees, every snap of a twig underfoot sending jolts of adrenaline coursing through me. We walk for hours in silence until a flicker catches my attention. A glow in the distance sharpens into something more distinct. Flames licking at logs set in place around an orc settlement. Brendan nudges me forward as we edge closer to the perimeter. The village looms ahead. Its log walls form a sturdy barrier against intruders, while smoke curls lazily upward from several chimneys. "Let's sit," I whisper, as we settle behind some brush just beyond the tree's edge. "What's our plan?" Brendan asks eagerly, eyes wide as he scans the settlement. "We assess," I reply cautiously. Look for patterns in their movements. His brow furrows again as he listens intently. The risks are high, I continue, my voice steady, but low enough not to attract unwanted attention. Orcs don't take kindly to trespassers. He cuts in before I can finish my thought. But what choice do we have? We can't keep living like this. A knot forms in my stomach. He's right, but it stings to hear it so bluntly stated. They could be armed or alert, I remind him gently, while peering through the brush at sentries moving along their walls like shadows flitting under a moonlit sky. Yeah, but if they're distracted... His voice trails off as an idea takes root behind his determined gaze. I hold his stare and feel doubt gnawing at me again. Could this really work? But desperation lingers just beneath the surface of everything. It fuels us both now, more than fear ever could. I crouch low, scanning the settlement as I and Brendan huddle behind the brush. The flickering flames from the fires dance across his eager face. Okay, I whisper, steadying my breath. Here's the plan. He nods, anticipation radiating off him like heat from the fires. We'll wait for a gap in the guard's patrol, I say, glancing at the orc walking along the wall, heavy-footed and imposing. Then we make our move to that corner. Got it. His excitement threatens to bubble over. When we get over the wall, I continue, we stick close. We know how to find food. Focus on that first. Brendan shifts, readying himself. I'll help you up. I offer a small smile despite the weight of tension in my chest. The guard turns his back momentarily, giving us a sliver of opportunity. Now! I hiss. We sprint toward the wall, my heart pounding as we leap into action. Brendan hoists me up, and I grasp the rough timber of the wall with both hands, scrambling for a foothold. He pushes me higher until I scramble over and drop down to the other side. I land softly on my feet and quickly turn to help him over. He clambers up and swings his leg over before tumbling down beside me with a muffled thud. We crouch in silence, catching our breath for a moment before taking stock of our surroundings. The buildings loom large around us, some solidly built, others mere shanties made from scrap materials. My instincts kick in. I scan for signs of food storage. There. I point toward a structure with smoke curling out of its chimney. A smokehouse is always a good bet for supplies. Brendan nods as we dart toward it, moving quietly across dirt packed hard by years of foot traffic. I slip through a window easily enough, landing inside without noise. The rich scent of smoked fish fills my nostrils. I motion him inside. He ducks in after me, eyes wide as he surveys our treasure trove. Help me with this, I say as I fumble with his pack, unhooking several fish hanging from hooks above and dropping them in along with a few small critters nestled nearby. My hands move fast. Every second counts. Once his pack bulges with bounty, we slip out through the same window and scurry to the next building, the one that looks sturdier than most surrounding it. Peering through a crack in the doorframe reveals an orc guard pacing back and forth outside. He's a mountain of muscle and armour that seems to shift like shadows under moonlight. I swallow hard but stay focused on what we need. Potatoes would go far in our dwindling rations. Brendan watches me anxiously as I weigh options before nodding at him to follow me inside through another window at the back of the building. Inside is dark and cramped. Stale air hits us as we navigate carefully around crates stacked haphazardly against walls. Over there, Brendan points toward an open crate spilling its contents onto dusty floors. A jumble of vegetables catches my eye amidst bits of hay and old sacks. I sneak closer, listening intently for any sign of danger while tossing items into my pack. A small flask of milk here, some potatoes there, a couple of squash rounded out our haul nicely until... A muted thud echoes off walls when Brendan knocks into something nearby. A basket tips over with grain scattering everywhere like spilled secrets across the floorboards. Huh? The guard's voice cuts through silence like ice-shattering glass. Wide-eyed panic surges between us. Instinct kicks in. He scoops up handfuls of grain into his pouch while I snag dried herbs hanging beside me on strings tied overhead. A precious find if we can manage it without being caught. With haste bordering on desperation now pushing us forward, we bolt toward that window again, just as footsteps approach closer. We leap out together like startled birds taking flight. Brendan practically throws me up onto the wall once more. Adrenaline spikes within me as he heaves himself after me without hesitation. We land hard on grass beyond it, before darting into cover among trees just beyond reach where shadows cloak us again from prying eyes behind their fortress walls. "We did it," Brendan gushes, keeping up with my sprint. I resist the urge to snap back that we aren't safe yet, and that this will only get us a few days, maybe a week if we ration well enough. It's worth it. Just to see their faces, it'll be worth it.
Chapter 4. Drokar. The weight of another grueling day settles on my shoulders as I trudge back to the lodging house. Each stone I lugged felt heavier than the last. The dark elf noble's sneering face burned into my mind. I grit my teeth, anger bubbling under the surface. Today's pay is worse than yesterday's. Less coin for more labor. It gnaws at me. I push open the door to the lodging house, a dull creak echoing through the dimly lit entryway. Harcourt, the owner, leans against the counter with his arms crossed, a knowing smirk plastered across his face. "Drokar!" he calls out, waving me over. I approach reluctantly, already feeling my blood pressure rise at what's coming next. "Time to settle up," he says, tapping his fingers against the wood. "Rent's due." I can't help but scowl at him. Half my day's pay vanishes into Harcourt's greedy hands before I even step foot into my room. "It's too much," I say through clenched teeth. "You know it is." "Don't blame me," Harcourt replies with an exaggerated shrug. "Takes a lot for one of us to own a building. Unless you want to sleep in elven slop, you'll keep paying up." His words hit too close to home. The thought of sharing space with elves stirs something primal in me, a mix of anger and humiliation that tightens around my throat like a noose. I snatch some coins from my pouch and slam them down onto the counter, frustration pouring out with each clink against wood. "Happy now?" Harcourt raises an eyebrow but remains silent as he pockets the coins with an air of satisfaction. As I turn away, ready to retreat to my room and drown in thoughts of better days, Harcourt calls after me again. "Oh!" Almost forgot he rummages beneath the counter and pulls out a crumpled piece of parchment. Some old sod dropped this off looking for hire. I pause and take it from him, eyeing it warily as I unfold it. "Needed. Strong, capable hand to hire," I read aloud. "Job. To be discussed in person. Pay. To be discussed in person." Harcourt snorts at my expression. "I know," he says with a chuckle. "Vague as hell. Meetup details are on the back." I flip it over. Scribbled directions lead me into town, away from this dreary place and toward potential change. The idea ignites something within me, a flicker of hope that maybe today won't end like all those before it. "If you're not interested," Harcourt adds casually while cleaning a glass behind the bar, "I'll pass it along to someone else." My jaw tightens as I look back at him, indecision swirling in my gut like a storm threatening to break loose. "No." My voice comes out stronger than intended as I fold the parchment back up and shove it into my pocket. "I'll take it." Harcourt nods approvingly but doesn't say more. He knows better than to pry further when I'm set on something. I head for my room. The walls feel like they're closing in around me again as memories of lost magic dance behind closed eyelids. Tales of orcish prowess flowing freely like rivers once did, before oppression twisted everything into this pitiful existence. Once inside my cramped quarters, I sit on the edge of the bed and breathe deeply. Cool air barely stirs despite lingering sense of sweat and dust around me from work today. Hopefully this job pays better than the last. The directions lead me through a winding alley, and as I approach the manor, a sense of dread settles in my gut. The building looms before me, crumbling under years of neglect. Moss creeps up the stone walls like an unwelcome visitor, and cracked windows stare out like vacant eyes. It's a pitiful sight. I hesitate, staring at the door that looks as if it might fall apart at the slightest touch. A part of me screams to turn back. What does some dark elf want with an orc like me? I can't be bothered with rebuilding this dump. But then I remember the coins I need. With a heavy sigh, I march up the creaking steps and rap my knuckles against the door. The sound echoes into silence, but soon enough it swings open with a slow creak. A dark elf stands there, his violet eyes narrowed as he sizes me up. He leans against the frame casually, arms crossed over his elegant robes that shimmer faintly in the dim light behind him. "What do you want?" His tone drips with disdain. "I'm here about the job." I try to keep my voice steady despite his contempt. It said, "Come in." He waves me inside dismissively, then shuts the door with an audible click behind us. I step into a shadowy foyer that feels more like a tomb than a home. Dust hangs thick in the air. It dances in the light streaming through gaps in the curtains. My instincts scream to leave, but he gestures for me to follow him deeper into the manor. "Name's Kayla," he says over his shoulder, as we move through cluttered rooms filled with broken furniture and forgotten trinkets. "And you are?" "Drokar." He snorts at my name like it tastes bitter on his tongue. "Right." He stops abruptly in front of what appears to be a drawing room, adorned with tattered tapestries hanging limply from hooks on crumbling walls. "You're stronger than most orcs I've encountered." "Doesn't mean much when you're just muscle," I reply curtly. He raises an eyebrow at that but quickly masks any further reaction. "I need your strength for something specific," he says, pacing slightly as if considering how best to deliver his proposition. "There's an old temple not far from here, a ruin of sorts, and within it lies a tapestry belonging to my family." "Just a family relic?" I cross my arms defiantly. "It holds value beyond mere decoration," Kayla snaps back sharply. But there's something in his eyes when he mentions family, a flicker of emotion that catches my attention. "How much are we talking?" Kayla studies me closely before speaking again, weighing his words carefully. 3 times your daily wage if you bring it back intact." 3 times? The offer makes my mouth dry and ignites something within, a flicker of hope mixed with greed. But there's always a catch when dealing with elves. "What's the catch?" "No catch." His smile is cold and tight-lipped. "Just one warning. If you fail, let's say you won't be leaving empty-handed." A chill runs down my spine at his words, but I refuse to show fear. The threat lingers between us like fog rolling through trees. I can almost feel its weight pressing down on my chest. "Fine." My voice comes out gruffer than intended as I lock eyes with him, determined not to show weakness. "Where is this temple?" Kayla smirks slightly, like he's already won some kind of game, and hands me another piece of parchment detailing its location before gesturing toward the door. "It's time-sensitive," he adds casually while leaning against the wall again, exuding nonchalance even as tension hums around us. "I want it back tonight." I clench my fists but nod once before stepping back toward the exit, my mind racing through possible outcomes as doubt nibbles at the edges of my resolve. But those coins flash before my eyes again. They're enough to push aside any hesitation for now.
Chapter 5. Kayla. 5 days since our last run. The last of the food dwindles before us like the light of a dying flame. I watch as Patricia kneads the grain Brendan managed to snatch from the orc settlement, her hands moving with a practiced rhythm, though her brow furrows deeper with every pass. "Kayla!" she calls, beckoning me closer. I step over, feeling the weight of our empty bellies. The smell of flour fills the air, a fleeting reminder of better days. "This is all we have left." She glances at the small pile of flour before looking back at me, her eyes filled with worry. "Enough for maybe 2 more days." I nod, but inside, a knot tightens. We can't keep living like this. Patricia's shoulders sag as she presses her lips into a thin line. I know. But we can't steal from them every week. A chill creeps into my bones at the thought. Orcs might be brutish, but they're not blind. They'll figure it out eventually. Ethan hovers nearby, his youthful eagerness bubbling just beneath the surface. Maybe we could go back one more time, he suggests, glancing between us with wide eyes that gleam with hope. I sigh, rubbing my temples as frustration builds within me. Ethan, I say slowly, measuring my words carefully. You don't understand what you're asking. They're not stupid. They'll notice if their supplies keep vanishing. Brendan saunters over, his face a mix of determination and concern. Kayla's right, he says, crossing his arms, but we don't have any other options right now. I nod, knowing he's right. The truth settles like a stone in my stomach. If we're lucky, I say, trying to sound more confident than I feel, we might bring back another week's worth of food, if we don't get caught. Ethan perks up at that, excitement bubbling in his voice. I can go with you. Brendan and Patricia exchange glances. Their expressions say it all. Ethan's enthusiasm rarely matches his skill set. He trips over shadows and stumbles through the underbrush like a deer on ice. Ethan, I start, but Brendan cuts me off. I know he wants to help, but we need someone who knows what they're doing. Carl approaches us then, shoulders squared. I'll go, he offers, firm and steady. Absolutely not, I reply sharply. Someone has to stay behind to protect the rest of the group. Carl frowns but holds his ground. He doesn't like it any more than I do. Brittany shuffles closer, her small frame looking even smaller against the bleak backdrop of our camp. She raises her chin defiantly. I'll go instead, she says quietly yet firmly. No, I say immediately, shaking my head. You're not ready for this. I'm old enough now, Brittany insists, her eyes bright with determination. I need to contribute. My heart sinks as I watch her stand there, so fragile yet so fierce in her resolve. She has always looked up to me like an older sister. I can't deny that spark of bravery igniting within her. With a resigned sigh, I meet Brendan's gaze again. He gives a slight nod of encouragement. Fine, I say finally, my voice heavy with defeat. You can come, but you follow my lead. Ethan bounces on his toes with excitement, while Brittany beams at me with that fierce determination only she can muster. I land on the other side with a heavy thud, the ground crunching beneath my boots. I turn to help Brittany down, her small frame trembling slightly as she hops over the gap. Easy, I whisper, steadying her as she lands. Next is Ethan, his excitement bubbling over as he scrambles down, followed by Brendan, who hops down with a practiced ease. We move in sync, the other two stumbling, slipping into the shadows of the smokehouse. The rich scent of smoked fish fills my lungs, and I gesture for them to grab bags. Brendan wastes no time shoving fish and small game into his pack. Trout, rabbits, squirrels, each item a little victory for us. Suddenly, I catch Ethan near the edge of our hall, eyes wide with wonder as he bites into a trout like it's an apple. Ethan! I hiss, my voice sharp enough to slice through the thick air. Put that down! He pulls back, cheeks stuffed with fish, and a sheepish grin plastered across his face. But it's so good. Focus, I command softly but firmly. We have no time for distractions. Once we finish in the smokehouse, we sneak over to the storage building. Shadows stretch long as we slip through another door. Inside smells earthy and sweet. A trove of fruits and vegetables awaits us. Brittany fills her bag with apples and potatoes, while I scoop up grains that spill from a cracked barrel, probably from our last run. My hands move quickly. Every second counts. Get some more, I urge them as my heart races. This bounty could last us weeks if we play our cards right. As I pass a flask of milk to Ethan, his hand slips at the last moment. The clay crashes against the floor like thunder, splattering white liquid everywhere. Damn! My breath catches in my throat and I push them toward the window. We need to go! Before I can even process what just happened, the door slams open with a bang that reverberates through my bones. An orc guard stands there, a mountain of green muscle and menace. I have 2 seconds to decide how to react. Panic races through me as adrenaline spikes. Instinct kicks in hard. Brendan! Get them home safely. I shove my pack through the window without looking back at them. It feels like releasing a part of myself into danger. The urgency in Brendan's eyes nearly stops me dead, but there's no time for hesitation now. I slam the window shut just as the orc's gaze fixes on me, those beady eyes narrowing with fury. With no other option left, I grab a nearby sack filled with grain and hurl it straight at his big green face. It bursts open upon impact, sending grains flying everywhere like tiny bullets aimed at his pride. Get back! I yell as he swipes angrily at his face, disoriented by the sudden barrage. I dart around the side of the building, my feet pounding against dirt, but he's fast on my heels. The pounding in my chest matches each footfall behind me. Survival instincts roar to life within me as adrenaline surges through my veins. Just as I round a corner and glimpse freedom ahead, 2 more orcs emerge from behind crates stacked high against the wall. My breath hitches as their hulking forms block my path. They share glances before grinning menacingly at each other, a silent agreement made between them before they lunge toward me.
Chapter 6. Drokar. The trees loom over me, their twisted branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. I push through the underbrush, my broad shoulders scraping against the rough bark. Each step crunches leaves and twigs beneath my boots, the noise echoing in the stillness. Forest is alive with whispers. Nothing I want to hear right now. Great, I grumble as a thorny vine snags my arm. I yank it free, a thin line of blood marking my skin. This temple better be worth the trouble. I focus on the task at hand, reminding myself that each coin earned means 1 less day struggling under a dark elf's boot. Money, I mutter under my breath, letting it fuel me forward. After what feels like an eternity of slicing through tangled vines and dodging low-hanging branches, I finally spot the entrance, a gaping maw in stone, covered in moss and creeping roots. Elven carvings peek through the decay, intricate designs lost to time, but still hinting at some ancient beauty. I draw closer and pause for a moment. The air shifts, heavy with memories of power long gone. An unsettling chill creeps down my spine. Remnants of magic linger here, echoes of an era when orcs commanded fear instead of scorn. I shake off the thoughts and step inside. Dust motes dance in beams of light filtering through cracks in the ceiling. My eyes adjust to the dimness as I take stock of my surroundings. Shattered statues line the walls, their features worn smooth by years of neglect. Broken items litter the floor. Fragments of pottery and tarnished silverware tell stories from a time when this place thrived. Looks just like home, I scoff to myself. The familiar weight of resentment settles in my gut again, the same resentment that simmers whenever I think about how far we've fallen. I start moving deeper into the temple, each cautious step echoing softly off stone walls thick with grime. A shattered altar looms ahead, remnants of offerings long forgotten resting in its crevices. My heart twinges at the sight. It reminds me of everything lost. But there's no time for reflection now. I scan for any sign of that tapestry, my payment hanging in the balance. I pull out the rough sketch of the tapestry, its edges frayed and crinkled. The faded colors remind me of a time long past. I squint at the intricate designs, trying to etch them into my memory. Shouldn't be too hard to find, I mutter, tucking it back into my pocket. This place can't be that big. I wander through the main hall, dodging rotted furniture draped in moth-eaten fabrics. Dust swirls around me like a forgotten memory as I push aside a tattered curtain, revealing a narrow room filled with broken chairs and splintered tables. I kick at the debris, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. Just a stupid piece of cloth, I grumble. Yet the thought of disappointing that sneering elf gnaws at me. Will he even recognize it in this deteriorated state? I scan the corners, my heart pounding with every creak of the wood beneath my feet. I step into another chamber. A flicker of light catches my eye. A mural covers one wall, vibrant colors clashing against years of grime. Figures dance across its surface, capturing some forgotten ritual. Perhaps an offering to their gods or a celebration long lost. I shake my head and push forward. Each room offers little more than decay. My search turns futile until I spot something unusual in the floorboards. A crack that doesn't belong there. Curiosity sparks within me as I kneel down, prying at the edges with my fingers until I uncover a hidden stairwell leading downward. A rush of stale air escapes from below, as if something has been sealed for ages. Just what I need. I sigh but grip a torch from nearby remnants and light it against the stone wall, sending shadows dancing in all directions. With cautious steps, I descend into darkness, feeling the temperature drop with each rung. The torch flickers in response to my movement, illuminating what appears to be ancient stone carvings lining the walls, each etched with care and purpose. My pulse quickens. This place holds secrets waiting to be unearthed. A low hum fills the air as if magic still lingers here, an echo from days when orcs wielded power instead of being relegated to labor. The staircase opens into an expansive chamber that feels alive with energy. My heart races as I take it all in, crumbling columns and ancient relics hinting at lost histories whispering through time. As I step into the chamber, the flickering torchlight reveals the grandeur hidden beneath layers of neglect. My breath catches. The walls rise high, draped in shadows, but I can still make out carvings that dance and twist like warriors caught in a battle. Each figure captures a moment, spear raised, shield poised, faces fierce with determination. This is no ordinary ruin. This is an orcish shrine, ancient and forgotten. I scan the walls, my heart thudding louder with each passing second. The symbols are unmistakable. The crescent moon cradling a silver-eyed huntress, the lunar goddess herself, her likeness etched in meticulous detail across stone that feels alive with history. I never thought I would find something like this here, in a place so steeped in darkness and despair. Awe floods me as I step closer, tracing my fingers over the grooves worn smooth by time. The imagery feels familiar, like tales whispered around fires during long winter nights. Orcs once revered her as our protector of lovers and wanderers, yet now her presence seems to linger like a ghost, watching over us from the shadows. The air thickens with reverence. It smells of earth and old magic, a reminder of what we lost. A temple like this hasn't been built for centuries. Most clans barely recall her name anymore. How did it survive? Why does it lie abandoned here? Fragments of broken stone altarpieces litter the floor, remnants of offerings long gone. A dried flower here, charred wood there, all speak of devotion once given freely but now lost to memory. My chest tightens at the thought of those who worshipped here, their hopes entwined with the light of the moon. In one corner, vines creep up toward what appears to be a small alcove. Its outline suggests a shrine once adorned with tokens of gratitude for blessings received. A heavy sadness washes over me as I consider how many prayers went unanswered since our magic slipped away. But even in decay, there's beauty. The carved columns rise majestically from the ground like sentinels guarding secrets. Each one tells stories etched in stone, victories won under moonlit skies, and bonds forged through loyalty that transcended death. I can't shake this feeling that something vital resides within these walls. Perhaps this place holds answers or a path back to our power, a glimmer of hope amidst despair. "Why are you here?" I whisper into the emptiness. The silence responds only with echoes of my voice, until a strange crack echoes from overhead. I look up, brow furrowed as I scan the ceiling in confusion. What the... A stone in the ceiling shudders, a few pebbles scatter down. Chapter 7. Drokar. Darkness encompasses me like a heavy fog, the weight of the stone ceiling crashing down mere moments ago already, feeling distant and surreal. As my consciousness flickers back to life, I find myself standing, whole and unharmed, in a landscape unlike anything I've known on Protheka. The air feels alien, the skies stretched in shades of gray, patched with clouds that loom ominously. I squint, confusion etched deep into my thoughts. The ground underfoot feels different, softer, and there's an unearthly chill in the breeze tinged with smoke and ash. As my senses adjust, forms take shape around me. Orcs. Dozens, maybe hundreds. Their presence a stark contrast to our fractured existence on Protheka. It's a gathering of my kind so vast it almost feels like a dream. A sight unseen for fear of dark elf wrath back home. But here, it seems, we are free. Or at least, that's what I think until a collective agitation ripples through the throng. Thick tension hangs in the air, charged with energy of unrest or anticipation. I'm the stranger in their midst, I realize, though none spare me a glance. Perhaps I'm unseen, a specter amongst flesh. Moving through the crowd, I push past wide-shouldered bodies and wary eyes, catching snatches of harsh words and closed fists. My chest tightens with unease, and I search for the heart of this turmoil, driving myself toward the center. And there she is, pulled against her will through the seething mass, a human woman ensnared in a fierce struggle, caught by the tangled snare of her own hair. Her cries ring out, sharp and scornful, aimed at her captors. "Ugly green oafs!" Her words are venom, but the orcs only snarl louder, laughter spilling from their lips like a cruel serenade that chills the air. My gut twists with an unfamiliar sensation, a guttural growl rising unbidden as I watch her kicking defiantly, refusing to yield. My kind shouldn't show compassion for humans. They're foreign, a breed apart on Protheka below even me, but something about her fervor stirs an echo of solidarity. This defiance mirrors the fire I conceal within my own chest. "Steal from us!" one of the orcs growls menacingly, his voice dangerously low as he hefts a thick, brutish fist, yanking her forward with a roughness that seems calculated to humiliate. "And the last thing you'll see is the soles of your feet." His words slice through the air, and the crowd erupts into a cacophony of triumphant roars and laughter, a distorted symphony celebrating a perverse kind of dominance. Yet deep in my chest, I recognize this uproar for what it truly is, not a testament to victory, but a thin veneer of desperation cloaked in forced bravado. It seeps into the very marrow of my bones, igniting a fierce protective instinct, a primal urge that surges upward, like a tide threatening to flood everything in its path. "Get off me!" she protests vehemently, her voice sharp as a blade, cutting through the chaos with unwavering clarity. In that moment, our eyes lock. Her gaze, bright with a mixture of fury and fear, holds mine in an unbreakable grip. Despite the throng of towering orc bodies around her, despite the relentless hands gripping her, hers remains defiant, a vibrant flame flickering in the dense darkness surrounding it. This spirited resistance is a clear challenge, a refusal to bow even in the face of overwhelming odds, and it resonates within me, awakening that echo of solidarity. Her eyes find mine amidst the tumult, a striking, piercing gaze, wide with fear and defiance. It's as if the world around us dims, sound fading beneath an aurora of visceral connection, drawing us together against every natural force. Our eyes lock, binding us in a moment that stretches impossibly. Something deep and primal stirs beneath my thick green skin, crawling like the ethereal touch of the goddess herself. A booming voice reverberates within, clear and undeniable. "Mate!" Shock courses through every fiber of my being. Orcs don't have mates, not like the fairy tales of elves and Vraken. The concept is foreign, perhaps even ridiculous, yet I can't deny the burning in my chest, the sudden ache that rolls through me as I gaze upon her. The feeling intensifies, clamorous and disorienting, as if the very essence of my being rebels against rational thought. My skin prickles, alive with energies both haunting and unfamiliar. She is pulled further, rough hands pushing her forward while she fights, a flame refusing to be extinguished. "Mate!" The voice booms again inside me, more insistent, rattling through my bones like thunder. The word is a command straight from the goddess herself, unyielding, a primal song echoing in my soul. It's beyond my ability to ignore. I can't let this continue while I stand idle. With sinews tensing like drawn bows, I move instinctively toward her, driven by a need I've never known, a protective urge that roars to life. The orcs pushing and pawing at her fuel, a rage that seethes beneath my skin, igniting every muscle, every instinct sharpened to a singular purpose. Reaching for her, my hand thrusts forward through the surging sea of orcs, an anchor in the storm threatening to tear us apart. But before I can grasp her, she vanishes, a vision snatched away by the void. With a jolt, I awaken, heart pounding a relentless rhythm against my ribs, breath ragged and unsteady. The echoes of that commanding voice fade, leaving me with nothing but the suffocating silence of reality. Cold sweat beads upon my brow, my skin clammy and alive with what lingers from that place between here and wherever she was. The room around me is dim, the temple's crumbled stone above, sheltering yet distant from this newfound turmoil within. A dream. Only a dream. But the burning linger, like embers smoldering beneath the ash, assures me it held more truth than illusion. Who was she?
Chapter 8. Kayla. The orc's grip on my hair is like iron, his laughter grates like metal on bone. I stumble through the mass with each tug, legs defiant in refusal to fall, but my head feels near breaking, held taut in their vice-like grip. Around me, orcs thrust their faces close, their breath sour with meat and arrogance. Disgust simmers in my gut, but anger overshadows all else. Ugly green oafs. The words tear themselves from my throat, raw and seething. Every orc leer seems uglier with each heft of venom I fling. It's not the first time I've wished for Kayla's hand, our ancient talisman of power, to scorch them where they stand. One orc sneers, eyes glinting with a predatory sheen. "Steal from us," he growls, voice a hoarse bark, "and the last thing you'll see is the soles of your feet." His threat rolls over the crowd like a storm wind. Raucous laughter erupts, building like dangerous thunder as the others revel in sadistic delight. It bites at the air, driving deeper into my resolve. "Get off me!" The words tear from my throat, a fierce cry that's swallowed instantly by the cacophony around me. My limbs thrash against the iron grip, but it's like battling a hurricane. My struggles are nothing to them, a limp rabbit caught by a pack of wolves. The beast holding my hair yanks, drawing a sharp crack from my neck. The world fragments into a shower of stars, bright bursts of agony and defiance against the dark. I gasp, trying to will my vision back, but the stars dance relentlessly behind my eyelids. As they fade, a face looms into clarity, unlike the leering mockery I'm surrounded by. An orc, but different. His eyes, unexpectedly wide, carrying an emotion not yet known to me, are locked onto mine with startling intensity. The other orcs jeer, yet he stands apart, brow furrowed in something almost like confusion, maybe even concern. It catches me off guard. An orc with expressions beyond anger and dull malice. It seems impossible. Try as I might, my first instinct isn't to lunge or scream. I'm transfixed by those wide eyes, their intensity flooding through me like an unexpected tide. I don't know what he sees in me, a human girl dragged through the mud of despair. But for a moment, the surrounding noise dulls to a hum. The orc's expression shifts subtly, minute changes in the setting of his jaw and the clenching of his fists. There's a story there. I've missed somehow. Maybe recognition. His eyes don't move. They follow me, burning through the gathered darkness with something. The crowd surges forward like a pack of starving wolves, bodies press closer, cutting off what little light filters through their hulking forms. The strange orc vanishes behind a wall of green flesh and scarred hide, swallowed by the mob's hunger for violence. Reality crashes back into me with the force of a sledgehammer. Hands everywhere, grabbing, clawing, seizing whatever they can reach. Thick fingers tangle in my hair, yanking my head back until my neck screams. Another set of claws tears at my jacket, ripping the worn fabric like it's paper. No! The scream rips from my throat, raw and desperate. I thrash against the iron grips, my body a blur of desperate motion. My elbow connects with something soft, a grunt of surprise, but more hands replace the ones I've shaken off. I twist, bringing my knee up hard, aiming for anything vulnerable. The impact sends a shock up my leg, but the orc just laughs, a sound like grinding stone. "Little rat has claws," one snarls, breath hot and rancid against my face. I bare my teeth and snap forward, trying to sink them into the nearest exposed flesh. My jaw clamps down on a forearm thick as a tree branch, tasting salt and dirt and something metallic. The orc howls, jerking back, but his grip never loosens. "Bite me, will you?" He backhands me across the face. Stars explode behind my eyes, but fury burns brighter than the pain. I claw at the hands holding me, nails raking across knuckles and wrists. Blood wells under my fingernails. Not enough to matter, but enough to make them curse. My feet kick wildly, connecting with shins and knees, each impact jarring through my bones. "Look at her fight!" Another voice, thick with amusement, like a cornered animal. Their laughter pounds against my ears, each chuckle another weight pressing down on my chest. They're enjoying this. My terror, my desperation, the way I struggle uselessly against their overwhelming strength. A hand grabs my wrist, twisting until I cry out. Another seizes my ankle, spreading my legs apart despite my thrashing. The circle tightens, faces leering down at me with predatory grins. "Should break her fingers first," someone suggests, voice casual as if discussing the weather. "Stop all that scratching." "Nah, let her fight. Makes it more fun." I spit at the nearest face, saliva and blood mixing in a satisfying splatter across his cheek. He wipes it away with the back of his hand, grin widening. "Spirit," he rumbles approvingly. "Good. Broken toys are no fun." My lungs burn as I scream again, wordless rage and defiance echoing off the surrounding buildings. Every muscle strains against their hold, every fibre of my being focused on one thing, getting free, getting away, surviving this nightmare. But there are too many of them, too strong, too eager for whatever comes next.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 9. Kayla. The cell door slams shut with a finality that echoes through my bones. Darkness swallows me whole, thick and suffocating like a burial shroud. The bindings around my wrists bites deep, each strand a promise of pain that pulses with my heartbeat. Blood drips from my split lip onto the stone floor below, a steady rhythm marking time in this tomb. My jacket hangs in tatters, more holes than fabric now. The cold seeps through every tear, every exposed patch of skin, but I barely feel it. The numbness spreading through my limbs has nothing to do with temperature. I lean against the rough stone wall, each breath a struggle. My ribs ache where their fists found purchase. Purple bruises bloom across my arms like diseased flowers, and something warm trickles down my temple. More blood, probably, but I'm alive, breathing, whole enough to think. They escaped. They had to have escaped. I squeeze my eyes shut and force myself to remember. The way Brendan's face went white when the first shouts erupted from the settlement's edge. How his hands shook as he reached for the window latch. The terror that flooded his young features when he realised what was happening. His mouth opened, protests forming on his lips, but I slammed the window shut between us. The last thing I saw was his face pressed against the glass, eyes wide with fear and something that might have been grief. Smart boy. He listened. If they'd been caught, the orcs would have dragged them here by now. They'd parade their prizes, display their trophies like hunters showing off fresh kills. These creatures live for intimidation, for breaking spirits with the sight of captured companions. The silence tells me everything. No other footsteps echo down these corridors. No familiar voices cry out from neighbouring cells. Just me and the darkness and the steady drip of my own blood. Relief floods through me, stronger than the pain, warmer than fury. Whatever happens to me in this place, my people are free. Brendan will keep them moving, keep them safe. The kid's got good instincts when fear doesn't paralyse him. I press my forehead against the cold stone, allowing myself this one moment of satisfaction. One small victory in an endless war. They're alive, they're running, they'll survive another day, and they'll have one less mouth to feed. That has to be enough. Heavy footsteps echo down the corridor, growing louder with each passing second. The cell door groans open, torchlight spilling across the stone floor like spilled blood. Two massive shapes fill the doorway. Orcs, their tusks gleaming in the flickering light. The first one steps inside, ducking beneath the low doorframe. His leather armour creaks with each movement, scarred and stained from countless battles. The second follows, smaller but no less menacing, a curved blade hanging from his belt. Names. The word hits the air like a hammer blow. The larger orc crosses his arms, muscles bulging beneath mottled green skin. His yellow eyes bore into me with predatory focus. I keep my gaze fixed on the floor between my boots. Blood has pooled there, mine, from the steady drip down my temple. Each drop creates perfect crimson circles on the stone. The humans you travel with, their names. Silence stretches between us, thick as winter fog. My heart hammers against my ribs, but I force my breathing to remain steady. In, out, in, out. You hear me, human? Still nothing. I count the drops of blood. 7, 8, 9. The blow comes without warning, knuckles crashing into my cheekbone with bone-jarring force. My head snaps sideways, stars exploding across my vision. The taste of copper floods my mouth. You live because you have something we want. I spit blood onto the stones, watching it mix with the growing puddle. The second orc shifts, impatience radiating from his stance. Where are they hiding? The question hangs in the air like smoke. I focus on my breathing again, on the steady rhythm that keeps panic at bay. Brendan's face flashes through my mind, young, determined, alive, because he ran when I told him to. How many in your pack? More silence. The larger orc takes a step closer, his shadow swallowing me whole. What supplies do they carry? Weapons? Food stores? My lips remain sealed. Let them break every bone in my body. I won't give them a single word that leads to my people. Not one syllable that puts Brendan or the others in danger. Rough fingers dig into my chin, yanking my head up with bruising force. The orc's face looms inches from mine, breath reeking of rotted meat and ale. When we return, you'll suffer for your stubbornness. He releases my chin with a violent shove. I crash backward into the stone wall, shoulder blades striking with enough force to steal my breath. The smaller orc follows his companion toward the door. Think carefully, human. Pain has ways of loosening even the most stubborn tongues. Their footsteps fade down the corridor, leaving me alone with the darkness once more. I slide down the wall until I'm sitting on the cold floor, every muscle screaming in protest. The silence presses against my eardrums like deep water. Every shadow in this cell could hide another interrogator, another fist, another blade. My breathing comes in shallow gasps despite my efforts to control it. The binds have gone from painful to numb. Blood flow cut off, fingers tingling with pins and needles. I flex what I can, trying to keep circulation moving, but the knots refuse to budge. This is it. This is where I die. The thought crashes through my defences without warning, stealing what little composure I've managed to salvage. Not in some heroic last stand, not protecting my people from a final assault. Just here, alone, beaten and broken in a stone box that reeks of fear and old death. My chest tightens. The walls seem to press closer with each heartbeat. Please. The word escapes before I can stop it, barely a whisper in the darkness. Who am I even talking to? The orcs who left? The stone walls that don't care? The 13, maybe. Though I've never been much for prayer, never had time for gods who seem content to watch the world burn. What deity would let children starve while brutes feast? What divine plan includes centuries of slavery and suffering, but desperation makes believers of us all? Anyone listening up there? My voice cracks on the words. Pathetic. Brendan would be ashamed to see me like this, his fearless leader reduced to begging empty air for miracles that won't come. I know I'm not. I've never been good at this. The praying thing. But my people. A sob tries to claw its way up my throat. I swallow it down, force it back where it belongs. Even here, even now, I won't break completely. They're just kids, most of them. Brendan's barely 20. He tries to act tough, but he's still got hope in his eyes, still believes tomorrow might be better. The words taste like confession, like last rites. If you're real, if any of you give a damn about what happens down here, keep them safe. Let them find somewhere warm to sleep. Let them find food that doesn't require stealing from monsters. My head falls back against the stone wall. The cold seeps through my skull, numbing the pain where they struck me. I know you won't. Why would you start caring now? But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's something left in this world worth saving. The darkness swallows my words without echo. No divine light pierces the gloom. No angel descends to break my chains. Just me and the silence and the growing certainty that hope is a luxury I can no longer afford.
Chapter 10. Drokar. The door to Calem's estate explodes inward, splintering against the stone wall with a crack that echoes through the dusty halls. I don't bother knocking. Not after what I've seen, what I've felt burning through my chest like molten steel. Calum jolts upright in his threadbare chair, violet eyes wide with shock. Dust motes dance in the weak afternoon light, filtering through grimy windows. The fireplace beside him holds nothing but cold ash and the skeleton of long-dead logs. What in the 13 hells? You sent me to that temple knowing what I'd find. My voice carries the weight of accusation, each word deliberate as hammer strikes. Calum's pale fingers grip the arms of his chair, knuckles white beneath dark skin. The tapestry, you lumbering fool. Where's my family's tapestry? His gaze darts to my empty hands, searching for the prize that should be there. The ornate weaving he claimed meant so much to his bloodline. I let him look, let him realize. Why was that temple built on the temple of my people? He scoffs, grabbing a glass and pouring himself what I'm certain is a pricey liquor. I asked you a question, elf, and I asked you first. Spittle flies from his lips as he surges to his feet. Even standing, he barely reaches my shoulder, but dark elves never let physical disadvantage stop them from projecting superiority. Magic crackles around his fingertips, weak sparks that betray his fallen status. That tapestry has been in my family for 4 centuries. It's worth more coin than your worthless hide will ever see. The temple collapsed. Your precious fabrics buried under half a mountain. The lie slides off my tongue smooth as silk. Truth is, I don't care about any tapestry. Too busy staring at orcish symbols carved into sacred stone. Too busy having visions that shook my world to its foundations. Calum's face goes through several shades of fury, from pale ivory to mottled purple. His hands shake with barely contained rage. Useless! Absolutely useless! He paces behind his chair like a caged animal, platinum hair whipping around his shoulders. The magical lights in his sconces flicker with his emotional state, casting shifting shadows across cracked walls. I should have known better than to trust one of you mindless brutes with something so delicate, so important. Then why didn't you retrieve it yourself? The question stops his pacing cold. Halum's jaw works silently, struggling with an answer that won't reveal too much. Because I'm not fool enough to go underground, unlike some people. The words carry weight beyond their surface meaning. Most dark elves fear the depths, legacy of whatever drove them to the surface centuries ago. But there's something else in his tone, something that suggests this particular underground held special significance. What were you really after in that temple? The tapestry. You thick-skulled. No. I take a step closer, using my size to crowd him against his chair. The scent of fear cuts through his usual perfumed arrogance. You knew about that shrine, the orcish shrine hidden beneath your family's temple. You sent me there for a reason. Calum's violet eyes dart toward the dusty windows anywhere but my face. His tongue darts out to wet suddenly dry lips. I wish all you big dumb beasts had gone through the Calindria portal and stayed there, or through the one the brothers opened. The words tumble out in a rush of frustration, but they hit me with a stronger impact than a punch. I step back, mind reeling. Everyone knows about Calindria, the legendary portal that once connected our world to Earth. Ancient history, the stuff of children's tales. But a second portal? What brothers? Calum's face goes white as fresh snow. His mouth opens and closes like a landed fish, realizing he's revealed far more than intended. I didn't say anything about brothers. You just did. Halum harumphs, downing his glass. Tell me about these brothers. My voice drops to a growl that makes Calum flinch. The magical lights flicker more violently now, casting wild shadows across his gaunt face. I don't know what you're talking about. Start talking, or I'll help you remember. I crack my knuckles, each pop echoing like breaking bones in the dusty room. Calum's Adam's apple bobs as he swallows hard. Fine! 2 elven brothers centuries ago. They were experimenters. Caspian and Vesperon. His words tumble out in a rush, as if speed might somehow minimize the betrayal. They found a way to open a temporary portal to Earth, but it's long gone. Satisfied? Where are they now? Vesperon got stranded on the other side when the portal closed. Caspian remained here in Protheka. Kalem's violet eyes dart toward the door, calculating escape routes. That's all I know. The burning in my chest intensifies. The woman from my vision, she's on Earth. And there's someone here who knows how to reach her. Where do I find Caspian? You don't! Now forget this foolishness and go retrieve my tapestry. The temple may have collapsed, but you can dig it out. I'll pay triple. I don't care about your tapestry. Something fundamental shifts inside me. Years of swallowing insults, of bowing my head, of accepting scraps from creatures who wouldn't survive a day without orc muscle to prop up their decadent lives. All of it crystallizes into a single, burning certainty. I'm done. You will go back to that temple and... My hand closes around his throat before he can finish the command. Kalem's eyes bulge with shock, then terror as he realizes his magic won't save him from simple, brutal physics. Where is Caspian? The words rasp out between his strangled gasps for air. I loosen my grip just enough to let him speak. The Moonspire ruins, north of the Shadowmere marshes. His voice comes out as a broken whisper. Please, I was only... The snap of his neck cuts off his plea. The sound echoes through the room like a branch breaking in winter wind. Kalem's body goes limp in my hands, violet eyes staring sightlessly at the cracked ceiling. I let him fall. The fire that's been dormant in my chest for decades roars to life, consuming every trace of the subservient laborer I've pretended to be. For the first time in my adult life, I feel truly awake. I ransack Kalem's estate with methodical efficiency. His pantry yields dried meat, hard bread, and a water skin that's seen better days. From his study, I take maps of the Northern Territories and a worn leather satchel. His bedroom provides a cloak thick enough to ward off mountain cold. The gold he keeps hidden behind a loose stone in his fireplace, enough to buy passage or supplies should the need arise. Payment for years of humiliation. As I shoulder the pack and step over his corpse, the woman's face flashes through my memory again. Those defiant eyes, the way she looked at me across impossible distances, the voice that named her mine. Mate, Caspian will have answers. He'll tell me how to reach Earth, how to cross between worlds. And if he won't tell me willingly, he'll tell me all the same. The door hangs broken on its hinges as I stride into the afternoon light. Behind me, Kalem's estate falls into shadow, and with it, the last remnant of the orc who accepted his place at the bottom of their world. I have a goddess-given mate to find.
Chapter 11. Kayla. The world blurs into focus, and the familiar confines of a cell dissolve, replaced by an unfamiliar shoreline. The moon hangs high, casting its silvery light over rippling waves that whisper onto the sand. There's a chill in the air, different from the sting of cold stone or orcish jeers. Here, everything glows with an azure wisp, as if the sea and sky have merged into one. My feet dig into the loose, cool sand. I don't remember coming here. I don't remember waking up. Yet the detail, the smells, the sensations are vivid enough to be real. This isn't a memory, it's something else entirely. But then he steps out from the shadows, as if summoned by the ocean itself. The beach strains under his massive form, 6 feet 8 inches of sheer power and grace. Silver-flecked eyes meet mine, holding a deep intensity that chills even the moon's glow. He looks familiar, like a ghost fragment from tales whispered during campfires, stories spun to frighten the young. Then the scream rips free from my throat, raw with primal terror that echoes across the ethereal shoreline. The sound cuts through the gentle lapping of waves like a blade through silk, shattering the deceptive tranquility of this strange place. My chest heaves as the cry tears from somewhere deep inside, a place where every nightmare of capture and torture has taken root over the years. Stay back! My voice hangs between us, a fragile barrier of words and desperation that my feet insist should be reinforced by fleeing. The sand shifts beneath me as I stumble backward, but they betray me, my legs frozen in place by something more than just fear. It's as if invisible threads bind me to this spot, to this moment, to him. My hands shake as I raise them defensively, fingers curled into claws despite knowing how useless they'd be against something his size. He raises his hands slowly, deliberately, palms out as if calming a wild animal cornered in its den. The gesture is almost gentle, entirely at odds with the raw power radiating from his massive frame. Those silver-flecked eyes never leave mine, steady and unblinking. I mean you no harm. The words roll off his tongue with an accent I can't place, cultured and careful in a way that makes my skin crawl. I've heard orcs speak before, guttural, harsh commands barked at cowering humans. This is different, worse somehow. I snort, a brittle sound that gets swallowed by the endless whisper of sea against sand. That's what all the monsters say, right before they rip you apart. The taste of salt and fear coats my tongue as I force the words out, before they drag you back to whatever hellhole they crawled out of. He has the audacity to smile, a slight shift of lips, too subtle for mockery, but enough to set my pulse racing. We're different, you and I. His words carry weight, strange and oppressive. I want to brush them off, laugh them away like I have with so many false promises. Instead, they cling, leaden and unsettling. Different how exactly? Maybe you missed the memo, but we're not on the same team. His posture remains relaxed, too calm for a brute accustomed to violence. Yet his presence radiates a sort of patient determination, as if he's willing to wait until the sea turns crimson. You are my mate. Two can play this game. I lace my reply with ice. I've never been great at commitment. Kinda more of a fling person, if you catch my drift. His calm nearly crumbles, the faintest twitch of an eyebrow betraying surprise. He recovers quickly, that quiet steadiness snapping back into place. We are bonded by destiny, not choice. The ludicrous statement hangs in the salted air, caught between us like a shard of glass that refuses to flee from gravity's grasp. A laugh bubbles up, harsh and strangled. I've been through hell and back, but fairy tales aren't my reality. He doesn't flinch, a stoic mountain against the torrent of skepticism. I will not harm you. Stepping closer, I can see the lines of wear and strength etched into his green-grey skin like an unbroken testament of endurance. Words are wind, orc. My tone is acidic, each syllable a weapon. And I've heard enough to know which way they blow. He inclines his head. Yet you remain. The retort withers before it can leave my mouth. He's right. For all the reasons screaming at me to run, I can't. I don't know why. I don't even know where I am, I snap. How did I get here? Explain that, Gentle waves lap at our feet now, as if the sea itself is listening to our exchange. His gaze softens, though the fire behind it never dims. I don't have an answer for that, the orc admits, but I will find you. Oh, really? I raise an eyebrow, my voice laced with sarcasm. Not exactly bedtime stories. Sounds more like a threat. One I'll remember. Trust me. His presence feels unyielding, like the tide refusing to bow to land. Not a threat, he says, voice steady and sure. A promise. Laughter spills out of me, echoing between the stars and waves, as if we're characters in a dramatic play, one he seems to believe in wholeheartedly. You're serious? Destined because some cosmic huntress waved her magic wand. I manage between gasps. You find this amusing. It's not an accusation, just an observation, his gaze fixed on mine with unsettling clarity. Of course. It's absurd, I sputter, breathless from the hilarity of it. You and your lunar goddess must have skipped a few meetings. I belong to no man, no deity, and certainly not a brainless beast. His demeanour never wavers. Where I'd expect anger, there's only an infuriating calmness, as if he's already played out this conversation 1,000 times. Perhaps he has, in some strange, destiny-bound universe. We'll see about that, sweetheart, he counters, eyes twinkling with something akin to amusement. The abrasive affection in sweetheart is grating, a rough stone against my skin. The world shifts. His words echo like a chant, even as they drift away with the retreating tide. Suddenly, I'm yanked from the embrace of moonlit shores back to the cold, hard reality. My chest heaves as I jolt upright in the pitch-dark cell. Sweat clings to me like an unwanted second skin, every breath a testament to confusion and fear. Just a dream, I mutter, hoping to convince whatever unseen gods may be listening as much as myself. But doubt niggles like an insect at the back of my mind. Questions rise, unbidden and unwelcome. How could something that wasn't real feel so vivid, so innately certain? I press my hands against the cool stone floor, grounding myself. This wasn't the time for fanciful notions or celestial romances. The orc's face still hovers in my mind, clear as the moon that had watched over us. The certainty in his eyes, the unwavering confidence in his tone. No, this isn't a fairy tale. I'm a prisoner to orcs, not a mate to one.
Chapter 12. Drokar. The dream clings to me like morning mist, refusing to burn away under Protheka's harsh suns. Her scent lingers, salt and defiance, fear wrapped around a core of steel. Even awake, I can feel the phantom touch of sand beneath my feet, hear the echo of waves that don't exist on this barren world. I roll the threadbare blanket into my pack, movements mechanical while my mind churns. The vision felt more real than the cold ground beneath me, more substantial than the meager fire I'd built last night. Her eyes, bright with fury and terror, burned clearer in my memory than the actual flames that warmed my hands hours ago. Mate. The word still reverberates through my chest like a war drum, steady and undeniable. I've heard the old stories, whispered around dying embers when the elders thought the young weren't listening. Tales of bonds that transcended flesh, connections forged by divine hands. Fairy tales, I'd always assumed. Pretty lies to ease the sting of our people's decline. But the certainty that flooded me in that moonlit place, I've never felt anything like it. Not in 32 years of breathing, fighting, surviving. I shoulder my pack and set off toward the rising suns, following the route the dead elf had sketched with trembling fingers. Caspian supposedly dwells in the Moonspire ruins, a fitting place for one of the Dawnstone brothers. My boots crunch through dried leaves as I walk, each step carrying me further from the temple ruins and closer to answers I'm not sure I want. The landscape shifts from rocky outcroppings to sparse woodland, then gradually to the gnarled forest that marks the Thornwood's edge. Lunar goddess, I murmur, the words foreign on my tongue. When did an orc last pray to her? When did any of us bother reaching toward the divine? If this bond is real, if she's truly mine. The sentence dies unfinished. What am I asking for? Guidance, blessing, permission to hope. I pause beside a stream, cupping water to drink while my reflection stares back. Green-gray skin marked by scars, silver eyes that mark me as different even among my own kind. What human female would willingly bind herself to this? To me? The water tastes bitter, or maybe that's just the taste of doubt. She fought me, I continue, voice barely above a whisper. Called me a monster. A brute. The words cut deeper than any blade, yet I can't blame her. What else would she think? What else has she been taught about my kind? A corvid cause overhead, black wings cutting across the pale sky. I take it as acknowledgement or mockery. Hard to tell with gods. How do I convince someone who sees me as her enemy? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. How do I show her that what we share is real, not some fever dream? But even as I voice the doubt, something deeper steadies my resolve. The lunar goddess chose us, chose me. If she deemed me worthy of this human female, perhaps the methods matter less than the outcome. I straighten, shouldering my pack once more. The thornwood looms ahead, branches reaching like skeletal fingers against the sky. Somewhere in that maze of shadows waits Caspian, keeper of secrets and portal magic. I'll leave it to you, I say to the sky, to the goddess who may or may not be listening. If this bond is your will, show me the way. If she's meant to be mine, make it so. The words feel like an oath, binding as any blood ritual. I enter the thornwood with purpose renewed, each step taking me closer to the human who haunts my dreams, and the answers that might bring her within reach. The settlement appears like a wound in the landscape, ramshackle huts clustered around a dried well, their walls patched with whatever scraps the inhabitants could scavenge. Smoke rises from a few chimneys, carrying the scent of watery soup and desperation. A massive oak sprawls across the settlement's heart, its trunk thick as a noble's carriage. The tree has crushed one dwelling completely, trapping whoever shelters inside beneath tons of timber and stone. Please! A Zagfer elf rushes toward me, his dark skin ashen with exhaustion. No magic radiates from him, just the hollow-eyed look of someone born to the wrong caste. You're strong enough. We've been trying for days. I don't slow my pace through their makeshift streets. Human children peek from doorways, their faces gaunt with hunger. A few Zagfer adults cluster near the fallen tree, their hands bloody from failed attempts to shift the massive trunk. We can hear them inside, the Zagfer continues, jogging to keep up with my longer strides. A mother and her children. They're still alive, but... No! The word cuts through his pleading like a blade. I adjust my pack and continue walking, eyes fixed on the forest edge beyond their settlement. Wait. Another voice, human this time, a woman with prematurely gray hair. Please, just listen. I said no. I don't turn around. These people mean nothing to me. Their problems aren't mine to solve. We'll pay you! That stops me. I pivot slowly, taking in the desperate faces surrounding me. The Zagfer wrings his hands, while the human woman clutches a small pouch that clinks with the promise of coin. Pay me what? My voice carries the weight of skepticism. These people look like they haven't seen real currency in months. We don't have much, the woman admits, but we can offer shelter for the night. A warm meal, clean water. My stomach chooses that moment to growl, a reminder that I've been surviving on travel rations and stream water forever. The prospect of hot food and a roof over my head suddenly seems more valuable than whatever copper they might scrape together. 1 night's rest and a full meal, I state, making it clear these are my terms. That's my price. Relief floods their faces. Yes, anything! I approach the fallen oak, running my hands along its massive trunk. The wood is solid, heavy with years of growth and waterlogged from recent storms. Positioning myself at the tree's base, I plant my feet wide and grip the bark. The first lift barely shifts it. I adjust my stance, calling on every muscle honed by years of hauling stone for ungrateful nobles. My back strains, veins standing out against my neck as I pour my strength into the effort. Come on, I growl through gritted teeth. Inch by agonizing inch, the tree rises. Voices cry out from within the trapped dwelling. A woman sobs of relief, children calling for help. I heave until there's enough space for bodies to slip through, then hold the position while the trapped family scrambles to safety. A mother emerges first, clutching a toddler. 2 older children follow, blinking in the sudden daylight. All alive, all whole. I release my grip, and the tree crashes back down, but its victims are free. The meal they provide tastes like salvation. Thick stew with actual meat, bread that's only slightly stale, ale that washes the dust from my throat. I eat in grateful silence while the rescued family tends their wounds nearby, their voices a soft murmur of gratitude and relief. When I finally curl up on the straw mattress they've provided, exhaustion claims me instantly. The dreamscape materializes around me like morning fog, condensing into solid form. Moonlight bathes the familiar shoreline, but this time her fury hits me before I even see her face. No. She backs away from me, fists clenched at her sides. Not here, too. Can't I have peace even in sleep? The anguish in her voice cuts deeper than any blade. She looks smaller somehow, more fragile than in our previous encounters, as if the weight of captivity is slowly crushing whatever fire burns within her. You feel like a prisoner, I say, the words coming out softer than intended. Even in dreams. Her laugh carries bitter edges. Feel like one? I am one. Caged by orcs in life, haunted by you in sleep. Where exactly am I supposed to find freedom? The parallel strikes me hard. How many years have I felt the same? Trapped by elven masters, bound by circumstances beyond my control, dreaming of something more while my hands stayed chained to their will. I understand that feeling. The admission costs me more than I expected. Being trapped. Powerless. Do you? Her voice drips skepticism. You're an orc. Your people take and pillage. You take what you want. Kill who you please. Mate, the word burns through my chest like molten metal, but I keep it locked behind my teeth. She's not ready to hear it. May never be ready. I will not let you die in that cage. The promise emerges with quiet intensity, carrying the weight of an unbreakable vow. She scoffs, throwing her hands up in disgust. All orcs are the same, killers and slavers. You'd probably sell me yourself if the price was right. The accusation stings because I know how it must look to her. What reason does she have to trust me? What evidence have my people given her that we're capable of anything beyond brutality? But the bond blazing in my chest tells a different story, one written in starlight and divine intention. Chapter 13. Drokar. The days blur together like watercolors in rain, endless walking, sleeping rough, following the directions deeper into territories I've never seen. But as each sun sets behind the jagged peaks, anticipation builds in my chest like a forge fire. Sleep means seeing her again. Sleep means those few precious moments when the bond between us feels real, tangible, unbreakable. Even if she wants nothing to do with me. The dreamscape materializes with its familiar weight, salt air filling my lungs, waves lapping against dark sand that squishes between my toes. Stars pierce the black sky like scattered diamonds, and the moon hangs full and luminous overhead, casting everything in silver light. The ruined fortress looms in the distance, its broken towers reaching toward the heavens like accusing fingers. She's already here, curled in the coarse grass that grows beyond the tide line. Her knees are drawn up to her chest, arms wrapped around herself in a posture of exhaustion that makes something protective roar to life in my chest. Her dark hair has escaped whatever tie usually holds it back, falling in waves around her shoulders. Even in this mystical place, grime and weariness cling to her, dirt smudged across her fair skin, small scars visible on her hands and forearms like a map of survival. Her amber-brown eyes are closed, but the tight lines around them speak of pain that sleep can't touch. She's smaller than I remember, more fragile. The defiance that usually armor her words seems stripped away, leaving only bone-deep fatigue. I'm too tired. Her voice emerges muffled against her knees, barely above a whisper. Please, not tonight. The defeat in those words gut me. I've been looking forward to these moments, the only time we can speak. But for her, They're just another burden to bear. I have no control over these dreams either. I lower myself to the sand beside her, careful to leave space between us. The last thing she needs is to feel trapped here too. If I could spare you this, I would. Silence stretches between us, filled only by the rhythmic crash of waves against the shore. She doesn't look at me, doesn't acknowledge my presence beyond that initial plea. Her breathing is steady but shallow, like someone trying to disappear into themselves. I study the ruins in the distance, their crumbling walls stark against the star-filled sky. This place feels ancient, forgotten, a sanctuary torn from time itself. Yet it belongs to neither of our worlds, existing only in the space between sleeping and waking. Do you know how my people came to your planet? The question emerges unbidden, surprising even me. But something about her exhaustion, her resignation, makes me want to offer her something. Knowledge, understanding, maybe just distraction from whatever horrors wait in her waking world. Her head lifts slightly, curiosity winning out over fatigue. Those amber eyes fix on me with the first spark of interest I've seen from her in any of our encounters. No. The word comes out hoarse, unused. How? A portal. She gives me a look that could freeze boiling water, one eyebrow arched, mouth twisted in pure skepticism. The moonlight catches the disbelief written across her features, like she's just heard the most ridiculous tale ever spun. A portal! Her voice drips with doubt. Right. I shrug, sand shifting beneath my shoulders. Not any less believable than orcs invading your planet. She pauses, that stubborn jaw working as she considers my reasoning. After a moment, her own shoulders lift in grudging acknowledgement. Fair point, the gesture seems to say. The portal was created on Calindria, a place caught between worlds. I lean forward, elbows on my knees. My people were being hunted to extinction on Protheka. The Dark Elves saw us as vermin to be exterminated. Dark Elves. Her frown deepens, creating small lines between her brows. Elves sound like something from children's stories. They're very much real. The words emerge rougher than intended, decades of suppressed rage bleeding through. Tall as you are small, with skin like polished obsidian and eyes the color of fresh bruises, they wield magic the way you breathe, effortlessly, constantly. Every gesture accompanied by power we can no longer touch. My hands clench involuntarily, remembering the casual cruelty I've witnessed. They arrange themselves at the top, with humans at the very bottom, beneath even the lowest criminal. Your people are livestock to them, beasts of burden. They breed you for labor and amusement, nothing more. And mine aren't better off. Her face pales, but I press on, the hatred I've buried for so long finally finding voice. The nobles lounge in towers that scrape the clouds, while orcs break their backs hauling stones for a handful of copper. They mock us for losing our magic, call us failures, relics of a better forgotten age. When they look at us, they see walking meat that talks back too much. What? The word explodes from her lips. You want me to feel bad for you? I pause. What? She springs to her feet, brushing grass from her torn trousers with sharp, angry movements. Sand cascades from the fabric like falling stars. You want me to feel bad that your people were being killed, enslaved, and chased from their home. Before I can respond, she bends down and grabs a fistful of coarse sand. The grains spray across my face as she hurls it with surprising force, stinging my eyes and filling my mouth with grit. That's exactly what you're doing to us. Why would I feel bad for you, you stupid green brute? The accusation lands harder than the lash of any whip. Horror washes over me as her words sink in, the terrible parallel I've been too blind to see. My people, victims on Protheka, have become the very thing we fled from. You're right. The admission scrapes my throat raw. We became what we hated most. I'm sorry. Something in my voice, low, steady, weighted with genuine remorse, makes her hesitate. Her hand raised for another handful of sand slowly lowers. The fury in her amber eyes flickers, replaced by something more complex. Uncertainty. Confusion. Is the goddess playing a cruel joke on me? Or is there a chance for me? For us?
Chapter 14. Kayla. The cold seeps through my bones like poison, radiating up from the stone floor that's become my world. Every shift sends fresh agony through joints that have locked in protest against the damp chill. Mold creeps across the walls in dark patches, filling each breath with the taste of decay. The jagged metal bars mock me with their unwavering strength. I've tested every one, searching for weakness that doesn't exist. My stomach gnaws at itself, a hollow ache that's moved beyond hunger into something sharper. 3 days. Maybe 4. Time blurs when you're waiting to die. The small rock fits perfectly in my palm, worn smooth from countless throws against the bars. The metallic clang echoes through the narrow corridor, a sound I've grown to love for its defiance. One tiny rebellion in a world that stripped everything else away. Clang. Pick it up. Throw it again. The rhythm becomes meditation, the only thing standing between me and the madness that lurks at the edges of my vision. Clang. Something glints in the torchlight, a flash of silver spiralling to the ground. What the hell? I crawl forward on hands and knees, fingers searching the grimy stone until they close around a narrow shard of metal. The edge bites into my palm, sharp enough to draw blood. My heart hammers against my ribs as understanding floods through me. The bars. The constant throwing. I've been chipping away at these ancient things without realising it. The lock mechanism hangs at eye level, a crude iron thing that belongs in a museum. My hands tremble as I work the metal sliver into the keyhole, angling it this way and that, praying to whatever gods might be listening that I haven't lost the touch completely. Click. The sound punches through me like lightning. Freedom. Actual, honest-to-nothing freedom. The door swings open with a groan that seems loud enough to wake the dead. I freeze, listening for footsteps, shouts, the thunder of boots on stone. Nothing. Just my own ragged breathing and the distant drip of water somewhere in the darkness. I slip through the opening and press myself against the corridor wall, bare feet silent on the cold floor. The passage stretches in both directions, lit by guttering torches that cast dancing shadows. Left leads deeper into whatever hellhole this is. Right leads toward fresher air and the faint sound of voices. Right it is. Each step feels like walking on broken glass, every muscle coiled for the inevitable discovery. But luck holds. The corridor remains empty, the guards apparently confident that their cage could hold one desperate human. Their mistake. The voices grow louder, rougher. Orc voices, speaking in their guttural tones about things I don't want to understand. Light spills from an archway ahead, and with it comes the smell of roasted meat that makes my empty stomach cramp with need. Almost there. Just past this opening and... Well. Look what crawled out of its hole. The voice freezes my blood. I spin around to find 2 orcs emerging from a side passage, their tusked faces split in cruel grins. One carries a club studded with iron spikes. The other cracks his knuckles with sounds like breaking bones. "Thought you could run, little thief?" I bolt. My bare feet slap against stone as I sprint down the corridor, lungs burning with each desperate breath. Behind me, their laughter booms off the walls. They're not even hurrying. They know these tunnels better than I ever could. The passage opens into a larger chamber, filled with the glow of a central fire pit. More orcs look up from their meal, yellow eyes tracking my movement with predatory interest. I dart between them, ignoring their startled snarls, focused only on the darkness beyond that might hold escape. 5 steps. 10. I can see another door ahead, black and promising. Something massive slams into my side, lifting me off my feet and driving me into the stone wall. Stars explode across my vision as my skull cracks against unforgiving rock. My knees buckle, but rough hands haul me upright before I can fall. Stupid human. The orc's breath reeks of rotten meat and stale ale. Did you really think you could escape us? His fist crashes into my ribs. Something cracks. Pain blooms white-hot through my chest, stealing what little breath I have left. Another blow catches my stomach, doubling me over as bile rises in my throat. We're going to make you pay for every moment of trouble you've caused. The second orc's voice drips with malicious anticipation. And when we're done with you, we'll hunt down every last one of your pathetic friends. No. The word tears from my throat, defiant despite the agony. You'll never find them. They laugh, a sound like grinding bones. The last thing I see is the green heel of the bastard orc who knocked me over. The moonlit shoreline materializes around me like a cruel joke. Silver light dances across gentle waves that should be impossible. There are no beaches like this left on Earth. But the ache in my ribs tells me this isn't just a dream, it's something else entirely. Something massive moves in my peripheral vision. No, no, no! I scramble backward, bare feet slipping on wet sand. The tusked face emerges from shadow, green skin, yellow eyes, muscles that could snap me in half without effort. Get away from me! My lungs burn as I scream, hands clawing at the sand behind me. Another one. Another goddamn orc come to finish what his friends started. The phantom pain in my ribs flares white-hot, and I can still taste blood on my split lip. Who did this to you? The roar shakes the air itself, but it's not directed at me. His massive hands curl into fists, veins standing out like cables along his forearms. Rage radiates from him in waves, not the cruel pleasure I've learned to fear, but something else, something that burns hotter. I flinch anyway, throwing my arms up to protect my head. Please, I didn't do anything. I am not shouting at you. His voice drops to barely above a whisper. I would never. He cuts himself off, shoulders sagging as he takes a deliberate step backward. Forgive me. I should not have raised my voice. The ancient oak behind me offers solid comfort against my spine. I press myself against its bark, peering around the trunk's edge. This orc kneels on the sand despite his size, making himself smaller, less threatening. You're hurt. His yellow eyes track the bruises I can't hide even in dreams. Tell me who did this. Why do you care? The words scrape past my swollen throat. Your people are the ones who... They are not my people. Gravel and iron coat his tone. Any orc who would raise a hand against you is no kin of mine. Something in his voice makes me pause. The fury there isn't for me, it's for them, for the ones who put these marks on my skin. Come out from behind that tree. He settles cross-legged on the sand, hands resting open on his knees. I give you my word, I will not shout again. Your word? I laugh, but it comes out broken. What's that worth? Everything I have left to give. The simple honesty in those words catches me off guard. I study his face, really look at it for the first time. The anger that burns there isn't wild or cruel. It's controlled, purposeful, protective. Slowly, I step out from behind the oak. There. He doesn't move as I settle onto the sand an arm's length away, close enough to see the silver scars that crisscross his knuckles. Better. When he reaches toward my face, I jerk back instinctively. But his movements remain slow, telegraphed, giving me every chance to pull away. Rough fingertips brush the swollen flesh around my eye with impossible gentleness. They will answer for this. The promise carries weight like a funeral bell. Every mark they left on you. You can't know that. But even as I say it, warmth spreads through my chest. When was the last time someone promised to protect me instead of the other way around? I will find you. His thumb traces along my cheek, careful of the bruises. And when I do, you will never face their cruelty alone again. Chapter 15. Kayla. The warmth in my chest curdles, twisting into something sharp and poisonous. His gentle touch becomes a mockery, another lie wrapped in false concern. The rage that's been building since I first heard an orc's laughter explodes outward like a dam bursting. Don't touch me! I wrench away from his hands, scrambling backward across the sand. Don't you dare pretend to care! My voice cracks with fury, with years of terror and loss. You're all the same, every last one of you monsters. You destroyed my world, enslaved my people, and now you sit here spouting pretty words like that makes it better. He doesn't flinch at my venom, doesn't even blink. Those silver-flecked eyes just watch me with infuriating calm. I hate you. The words tear from my throat, raw and bleeding. I hate your kind. I hate what you've done, and I hate that you think you can just touch me and make promises like you're something other than a beast. And I hate that you make me feel... I cut myself off, chest heaving. Drokar rises to his full height, 8 feet of muscle and controlled power. But instead of looming over me in threat, he moves closer with deliberate slowness, each step measured, purposeful. Hate me if you must. His voice carries the weight of mountains, unshakable. You are still mine. I can't be yours. The laugh that bubbles up tastes bitter. You don't even know my name, you arrogant brute. He stops just close enough that I have to crane my neck to meet his eyes. The moonlight catches the silver in them, making them gleam like stars. So tell me. His massive hands hang loose at his sides, but there's tension coiled beneath his stillness. You may call me Drokar. The name hits something deep in my chest, solid, real, dangerous. Names have power. They make monsters into men, enemies into something more complicated. I shake my head violently, dark hair whipping across my face. You don't get to know my name, you brainless beast. Names are earned, not demanded. Something shifts in his expression. The careful control cracks, revealing hunger beneath. Not the cruel kind I've learned to fear, but something that burns hotter and cleaner. Before I can react, his hands cut my face with devastating gentleness. His palms dwarf my skull, fingers threading through my hair as he tilts my head up. I should pull away, should fight, should do anything but stand frozen as he leans down.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. His fingers thread through my tangled hair, surprisingly gentle for hands that could crush skulls. The motion sends shivers down my spine. Not fear, something far more dangerous. Rest, he murmurs, voice rough velvet against my temple. You are safe here. Safe. The word tastes foreign, impossible. I've never been safe anywhere, not once in 24 years of running and hiding and fighting for scraps. But his heartbeat thunders steady beneath my ear, and the sand beneath us feels solid as bedrock. I sigh despite myself, tension bleeding from shoulders that haven't relaxed since I was 16. My eyelids grow heavy, weighted by exhaustion I've carried so long it feels like part of my skeleton. Just for a moment, I tell myself. just this once. My head settles against his chest, fitting into the hollow beneath his collarbone like it belongs there. His hand continues its slow stroke through my hair, thumb tracing the shell of my ear with devastating tenderness. Sleep, fierce one. The endearment shouldn't make my chest flutter. It does anyway. I close my eyes, letting the dream tide carry me deeper into warmth and safety I've never known. His other arm wraps around my waist, holding me close enough to feel each breath expand his ribs. For the first time in years, I don't scan for exits or listen for approaching footsteps. But dreams end. They always do. Cold stone slams into my cheek like a fist. My eyes snap open to grey walls, iron bars, the stench of mould and unwashed bodies. The cell floor bites through torn fabric, freezing against skin that still burns with phantom touch. I sit up too fast, head spinning. My body aches in places that have nothing to do with the beating. Tender spots between my thighs, marks on my throat that throb with each heartbeat. But when I press fingers to my neck, I find only smooth skin marred by old bruises. What the hell? The words echo off stone, mocking in their emptiness. I scramble to my feet, legs unsteady, and pace the tiny cell like a caged animal. 3 steps to the bars, turn, 3 steps to the back wall, turn, repeat. It felt real. Every sensation burned into memory with crystalline clarity. His hands mapping my skin, his mouth claiming mine, the devastating friction as he moved inside me. The taste of him still lingers on my tongue, salt and metal and something indefinably wild. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Corthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 16. Drokar. Rain hammers down like the fists of angry gods, each drop a cold slap against my skin. The rocky terrain turns treacherous under the deluge, loose shale sliding beneath my boots, mud sucking at my heels with every step. I pull my cloak tighter, though it does little against the storm's fury. The path winds deeper into the severed peaks, where decent folk fear to tread. Bandits, worse things, outcasts who've carved territories from blood and bone. But Caspian hides somewhere in this wasteland, and I'll walk through the abyss's own doorstep to reach him. Another droplet strikes my cheek, rolling down like a tear. The memory hits before I can steel myself against it, her face crumpled in anguish, those wide eyes wet with pain and terror. The way she trembled when I touched her bruises, purple blooms across pale skin. My jaw clenches hard enough to crack teeth. Whoever put their hands on her will answer for it. I'll find every orc who dared touch what belongs to me, and I'll teach them why my clan once made grown warriors piss themselves. Their limbs will decorate trees. Their screams will echo across both worlds. The rage burns steady in my chest, feeding on itself. But beneath it lies something else, something that makes my steps quicken despite the treacherous ground. I pause at the crest of a ridge, rain cascading from my hair in rivulets. The valley below stretches gray and forbidding, punctured by jagged stones that pierce the mist like broken fangs. Somewhere beyond, Caspian waits with his secrets and his portals. And beyond that, she waits in her cage. The thought stops me cold. Not the rescue, not the vengeance, though both burn bright in my mind. Something else entirely, something that makes my chest tighten with unfamiliar weight. When I take her in my arms, and I will, goddess, help anyone who stands between us, I'll show her the truth she refuses to see. I'm not the monsters who hurt her. I'm the monster who loves her. Love! The word sits strange in my mind, foreign as elven poetry. When did that happen? When did the primal claiming, mine, transform into something deeper? I search for the moment, like prodding a fresh wound. Perhaps when she spat fury at me with tears streaming down her cheeks, magnificent in her rage, or when she melted against me despite every reason to run, trusting me with her body even as she cursed my name. Maybe it was seeing her battered and broken and feeling something crack apart in my own chest. The question feels foolish the moment it forms. Of course, I love her. The lunar goddess doesn't choose mates. She binds souls. What I feel isn't preference or desire, though both burn bright enough to blind me. It's inevitability carved into the foundations of existence. Lightning splits the sky, illuminating the valley in stark relief. Thunder follows, rolling across the peaks like the laughter of titans. I adjust my pack and start down the treacherous slope, rain washing away the last of my doubts. Love her? The storm itself seems to mock the question. I was made to love her. Every scar on my hands, every battle that shaped my strength, every year of grinding servitude, all of it led to this moment, this purpose. She can hate me, fight me, deny what burns between us until her voice goes hoarse. It changes nothing. The goddess has spoken, and I am her faithful servant. The rock gives way beneath my boot like a trader's promise. My arms windmill, seeking purchase on empty air as the world tilts sideways. The false ground of leaves and branches collapses under my weight, and I plummet into darkness. The impact drives breath from my lungs, ribs screaming against stone. Before I can gather my wits, rope whistles through the air. A weighted net drops over me, pinning my arms to my sides as dark figures emerge from the shadows. Big bastard, isn't he? Quiet! Secure the posts. Dark elves. 3 of them, maybe 4. My vision swims from the fall. They move with practiced efficiency, hammering stakes into the cavern floor, threading rope through metal rings. The net tightens, forcing me to my knees. Easy money, one sneers, violet eyes gleaming in the torchlight. Slavers pay triple for orcs this size. I surge upward, muscles bunching. The net holds, but barely. One elf raises his hand, fingers crackling with purple energy. Stay down, beast. The magic hits like a hammer to the skull. Pain explodes behind my eyes, and I crash back to the stone. Blood tastes copper on my tongue. But then I see her, Kayla's face flashing through my mind. Tears streaming down bruised cheeks, terror naked in those amber eyes. The way she flinched when I touched her in the dream, expecting more pain. A roar tears from my throat, primal and furious. The sound echoes off cavern walls, sending loose stones tumbling from above. What in the 13 hells? I grab the net's edge, fingers closing around rope thick as my thumb. The strands snap like spider silk under my grip. Another elf hurls a crackling orb of magic. I roll sideways, and it shatters against stone behind me. He's tearing through it! Hit him again! More magic flies. I duck, weave, keep moving. Each spell that misses sends sparks cascading across the cavern floor. The scent of ozone fills the air, sharp and metallic. Another vision slams into me, Kayla's soft mouth under mine, the way she melted against me despite her fear. The memory feeds the fire in my chest, turning pain into purpose. I lunge forward, still half-tangled in netting. My fist connects with an elf's jaw, and bone cracks like dry wood. He drops, violet eyes rolling white. Run! Run! The remaining elves scramble for the cavern entrance, their courage evaporating like morning mist. One trips over his robes, magic sparking wildly from his fingers. The other doesn't look back. I tear away the last of the netting, chest heaving. Blood drips from cuts on my hands where the rope bit deep. The elf at my feet groans, still breathing but barely conscious. Should have minded your own business, I growl, stepping over his prone form. The cavern entrance beckons, a jagged mouth leading back to the storm above. But the fire in my chest burns brighter now, fed by rage and memory and desperate love. No one will stop me from reaching her. Not slavers, not storm, not the abyss itself.
Chapter 17. Kayla. The moonlight feels different tonight, softer somehow, like silk against my skin instead of the harsh glare that usually burns my eyes. I stand on that same impossible shoreline, waves lapping at my bare feet with the gentleness of a mother's touch. He's already here, as if he never leaves this place. Kayla. My name on his lips sends warmth spiraling through my chest, and I hate myself for it. I hate how my body relaxes at the sight of him, how the constant knot of terror in my stomach loosens just a fraction. Don't. I wrap my arms around myself, nails digging into my ribs. Whatever you're going to say, just don't. But he steps closer anyway, those silver-flecked eyes drinking me in like I'm something precious instead of broken. The moonlight turns his green-grey skin luminous, highlighting the sharp angles of his face. You're afraid. Of course I'm afraid. The words tear from my throat, raw and ugly. I'm locked in a cage like an animal while my people... My voice cracks. I clamp my mouth shut, jaw aching from the effort to hold back the sob clawing up my throat. Tell me about them. The gentle command breaks something inside me. Maybe it's the loneliness, or the way his voice holds no judgment, only genuine curiosity. Maybe it's because in this dream place, with moonlight washing away the grime and blood, I can pretend for a moment that the world isn't ending. There's Brendan. The name comes out like a prayer. He's barely 14, but he's got these hands, quick, clever, can pick any lock, slip through spaces you wouldn't think possible. His sister Mira is 2 years younger. She coughs blood now, has for months. Drokar settles onto the sand beside me, close enough that I feel his warmth but not touching. Smart of him. I might shatter if he touched me right now. Go on. Old Carl used to be a doctor before. He tries to help Patricia, but we don't have medicine. We don't have anything. My fingers trace patterns in the sand, endless spirals that lead nowhere. Then there's Brittany. She's young, and she looks up to me, but... I trail off, the implications hanging heavy between us. A baby crying in the night means death for all of us, but I can't ask her to choose. Won't. How many? 8 total, including me. Each number feels like a weight on my chest. There used to be more. Anna died last winter. Fever took her. Marcus got caught in a snare trap the orcs set. They left his body hanging for days as a warning. The sob finally breaks free, ugly and desperate. I press my palms against my eyes, as if I can push the tears back inside. They were counting on me. They always count on me, and I let them down. I got caught because I was careless, because I wanted to save them so badly that I stopped thinking. My voice drops to a whisper. What if they try to rescue me? What if they get themselves killed because I couldn't keep my promise? Strong arms encircle me, pulling me against a broad chest. I should fight, should scream and claw and remind him what his kind has done to mine. Instead, I melt into the embrace like snow against flame. You sacrificed yourself for them. I failed them. The words taste like ash in my mouth. No. His voice rumbles against my ear, steady as bedrock. You are a brave woman, Kayla. Braver than any warrior I've known. I want to argue, to list every mistake that led me here. But his arms tighten around me, and for just this moment I let myself believe him. I just want to keep them safe. The words come out thick with tears I can't stop. That's why I'm even here. I had to stay behind to make sure the rest of them could get back home. My nose runs like a child's, undignified and messy. I wipe it with the back of my hand, hating how small I sound. They are safe. His certainty hits me like a slap. I pull back to stare at him, searching those silver-flecked eyes for any hint of deception. You don't know that. You can't possibly. I know. The conviction in his voice makes my chest tighten with something dangerous. Hope. The lunar goddess has a plan for all of us, including them. The lunar goddess? I laugh, but it comes out cracked and bitter. Right, because mystical moon ladies are definitely looking out for scavengers like us. Something shifts in his expression. Not offence, but a kind of gentle surprise. You do not know her. Should I? She's some kind of orc thing. I scrub at my cheeks, trying to erase the evidence of my breakdown. Because, newsflash, humans don't exactly get invited to your religious ceremonies. She is not only for orcs. His thumb traces along my cheekbone, collecting a tear I missed. She watches over all who wander in darkness, all who love fiercely, all who protect what they hold dear. The tenderness in his touch makes my throat close up again. I've been praying to her every night since I saw you in that cage. Praying? I test the word like it might bite me. I've heard of it, but I don't really know what that is, how to do it. He tilts his head, studying me with those two knowing eyes. Your people had no faith before the fall? Maybe. That was before me. The memory tastes like smoke and screaming. Kind of hard to believe in benevolent gods when your world ends in a single day. For a long moment, he says nothing. Then he shifts, taking my hands in his massive ones. Will you let me show you? I want to say no. Want to point out that his gods clearly don't give a damn about humans, considering the state of my world. But something in his voice, reverent, hopeful, makes me nod instead. Close your eyes. I do, though every survival instinct screams against it. Feel the moon on your face. She is always watching, even when clouds hide her light. His voice drops to a whisper, low and hypnotic. Speak to her as you would a friend. Tell her your fears, your hopes. Ask for her guidance. What do I say? Whatever fills your heart. I take a shaky breath, feeling foolish. I clear my throat, feeling ridiculous. Hi there, lunar goddess. This is Kayla. I don't really know what I'm doing here, but... The words stick in my throat like broken glass. How do you ask a deity you've never believed in to save people she's never met? I'm scared. The admission tumbles out before I can stop it. Not for me, well, okay, for me too, but mostly for them. They're out there somewhere, probably cold and hungry, and I'm supposed to be taking care of them. The moonlight seems to pulse against my closed eyelids, warm instead of cold. Brendan thinks he's invincible, but he's still just a kid. He'll try something stupid to prove himself, and Carl won't be able to stop him. And Brittany. My voice cracks. She trusts me completely. What if I've broken that trust? What if they think I'm dead and do something desperate? Drokar's thumb traces gentle circles on the back of my hand. Keep going. I don't know what else to say. I peek one eye open. This feels weird, like talking to myself. She hears you. His certainty should annoy me. Instead, it settles something restless in my chest. Okay, fine. I close my eyes again. If you're real, and if you actually care about humans, which, given the state of my world, seems questionable, then please keep them safe. Not because I deserve it, but because they do. They've never hurt anyone. They're just trying to survive. A breeze stirs across the dreamscape, carrying the scent of night-blooming flowers I've never smelled before. It feels like an answer, though I can't say how. What do I do now? Now you trust? I bark out a laugh. Trust? That's your big advice? Trust the goddess I just met 5 minutes ago to save people I can't even reach. Trust me. The words hit different, quieter, more personal. I open my eyes to find him watching me with an intensity that makes my stomach flutter. You're asking a lot. I know. He lifts our joined hands, pressing my knuckles to his lips. But I swear to you, by the lunar goddess and by my clan's honour, I will not let you rot in that cage. I will not let your people starve while you suffer. How? The question scrapes my throat raw. You're in another world, even if this Vesperon person exists, even if he can open portals. I will find a way. His voice drops to a growl that vibrates through my bones. The goddess brought us together for a reason, Kayla. She doesn't make mistakes. I want to argue, want to point out that gods making mistakes would explain a lot about the current state of everything. But the conviction blazing in his eyes stops me cold. You really believe that? I have to. His admission comes out rough, vulnerable. Without that belief, what am I? Just another broken orc hauling stones for masters who despise me. Chapter 18. Kayla. The first thing I notice when consciousness creeps back isn't the familiar ache in my shoulders or the taste of blood in my mouth. It's the gentle warmth radiating from my left wrist. I keep my breathing steady, eyes closed, listening for guards. Nothing but distant grunting and the crackle of torches. Slowly, I lift my arm and peek through barely opened lashes. A silver sigil glows faintly against my skin, delicate as frost on glass. The lines curve and spiral in patterns that seem to shift when I'm not looking directly at them, like moonlight dancing on water. I've never seen anything like it, but somehow it feels familiar, ancient. The glow pulses once, twice, then fades to nothing. I rub the spot with my thumb, but there's no raised skin, no burn mark. Just my usual collection of scars and dirt. Heavy footsteps echo down the corridor. I close my eyes and let my arm fall limp, focusing on my breathing. Deep, steady, like I'm still unconscious. The cell door crashes open with a shriek of rusted hinges. Wake up, meat! I don't move. A boot connects with my ribs, and I let out a convincing groan, blinking slowly like I'm swimming up from dark depths. 2 orcs loom over me, the same pair as before. The taller one has a jagged scar running from his left temple to his jaw, while his companion sports filed teeth that gleam yellow in the torchlight. Neither particularly bright, but cunning enough to have survived this long. There she is. Scarface crouches down, breath reeking of rotted meat. Time for more questions. I struggle to sit up, making sure to hide my marked wrist beneath my body. The movement sends fresh spikes of pain through my skull. Where do your people hide? Fileteeth speaks slowly, like he's translating each word from some internal language. His grammar might be broken, but his eyes hold sharp intelligence. Don't know what you're talking about. I spit blood onto the straw-covered floor. I work alone. Scarface backhands me so hard my teeth rattle. Stars explode across my vision. Lies. You stole for your group. We've seen tracks, large and small. My heart lurches, but I keep my expression blank. They know about the children. Could be anyone's tracks. How many in your pack? Filed Teeth leans closer, studying my face for tells. 5? 10? 20? I meet his gaze without flinching. 0. Just me. This time the blow comes from Filed Teeth's fist, catching me in the temple. My head snaps back against the stone wall, and black spots dance across my vision. We'll find them anyway. Scarface's voice drops to a growl. Question is just whether we hurt you more first. Go ahead. I taste copper, feel it trickling down my chin. I've got nowhere else to be. They take me at my word. The next few minutes blur into a symphony of pain, fists, boots, questions shouted in broken English and guttural Orcish. They're methodical about it, careful not to hit anything that might kill me outright. Where do they sleep? How many children? Do they have weapons? Food stores? I give them nothing but silence and defiance, even when Scarface grabs my hair and slams my head against the floor hard enough to make my ears ring. Stubborn meat. Filed teeth spits in frustration. We should just start burning camps, smoke them out like rats. The threat sends ice through my veins, but I don't react. Can't react. If they think I don't care about random camps, maybe they won't bother searching systematically. Please. I let my voice crack, injecting just enough fear to sound genuine. I already told you, there's nobody else. Scarface studies my face for a long moment, then straightens with a grunt of disgust. Try again tomorrow. Maybe hunger makes you more talkative. They stomp out, leaving me crumpled on the filthy straw. I wait until their footsteps fade completely before allowing myself to shake. My vision keeps sliding in and out of focus. The beating was worse this time, more vicious, more desperate. They're running out of patience, which means they'll escalate soon. Start making good on those threats about burning camps. I try to push myself upright, but my arms won't cooperate. The world tilts sideways, and I realise with distant alarm that I'm falling. The straw rushes up to meet me, and darkness swallows everything whole. The first sensation that filters through my returning consciousness isn't pain. It's the soft give of bundled fabric beneath my head. Something rough but clean, folded carefully to cradle my skull. The gesture is so unexpected, so gentle, that relief floods through me before I even open my eyes. I'm safe here. The knowledge settles into my bones like warmth from a long-awaited fire. Whatever this place is, whatever Drokar is, he won't hurt me. Not here. With a sigh that carries weeks of exhaustion, I sit up slowly. The bruises and soreness from my latest beating still ache, but they're distant now, echoes of pain rather than sharp reality. Even the throbbing in my skull has dulled to a manageable pulse. The moon hangs full and brilliant overhead, casting silver light across the endless beach. Waves lap gently at the shore, their rhythm hypnotic and peaceful. And there, standing knee-deep in the surf, is Drokar. His massive frame cuts a striking silhouette against the moonlit water. Thick calves disappear beneath gentle waves that barely reach his knees. His head tilts upward, studying the moon with an expression I can't quite read from this distance. Contemplation, perhaps, or prayer. I push myself to my feet and cross the sand, my bare feet sinking slightly with each step. The beach feels real beneath my toes, grain by grain, temperature shifting from cool to warm where the moonlight touches. Hey. He turns at my voice, those silver-flecked eyes finding mine immediately. In the moonlight, they seem to glow with their own inner fire. I'm not sure how much longer I'll survive there. The words slip out before I can stop them, carrying more vulnerability than I intended. His jaw tightens, and something dark flickers across his features. Guilt, maybe, or rage at his own limitations. I'm sorry. His voice carries the weight of mountains. The journey is proving more difficult than I expected. The lands between here and Caspian and Vesperon are crawling with dark elf mercenaries, and a sudden tingling sensation cuts him off. I look down at my left wrist, where warmth spreads across my skin like liquid starlight. Under the moon's direct gaze, the sigil blazes to life, silver lines spiralling and dancing in patterns that seem to shift and breathe. What is this? I hold my arm up, watching the mark pulse with ethereal light. Drokar wades closer, water dripping from his legs as he approaches. Recognition flares in his eyes. I've seen this before. In the old temple where I found you in my visions. He reaches for my wrist with careful reverence, his massive fingers surprisingly gentle. This symbol was carved into the altar stone. He lifts my hand and presses his lips to the glowing mark. The contact sends electricity racing up my arm, and the sigil flares brighter for just a moment before settling back to its steady glow. She has claimed you. His voice drops to barely above a whisper, thick with awe and something that might be fear. The words hit me like cold water. Claimed me for what? The lunar goddess marks what belongs to her. His thumb traces the edge of the sigil, and I shiver at the contact. You are under her protection now. Her blessing. I stare at the mark, watching it pulse in rhythm with my heartbeat. The light is beautiful, otherworldly, but beauty doesn't always mean safety. Sometimes it means the opposite.
Chapter 19. Drokar. It's a blessing. I cup her delicate cheek in my palm, marveling at how small her face feels against my hand. The silver mark continues to pulse on her wrist, casting gentle light across her features. You, Kayla, are a blessing. Her amber eyes search mine, wide and vulnerable in ways I've never seen before. The fierce warrior who spits defiance at her captors, who led raids against impossible odds. She's gone. What remains is something fragile and precious, trembling on the edge of surrender. Her chin quivers, and I watch the last walls crumble behind her eyes. I don't want to fight anymore. The words break from her lips like a confession torn from her soul. Not against you. I'm so tired of fighting everything, everyone. Of pretending I'm not terrified every second of every day. Her voice cracks, and the sound cuts straight through my chest. This woman who faced down orcs twice her size, who sacrificed herself for her people without hesitation. She's finally letting me see her fear. I used to dream about having someone to lean on. She presses her face into my palm, eyes closing as if the admission physically hurts. Just once. Just for a moment. But your kind. I am not them. The words come out rougher than intended, but I need her to understand. What they did to your people, what they've done to you, that rage lives in my chest too. Different reasons, same fire. Her eyes snap open, studying my face with new intensity. I slide my hands down to her waist, lifting her effortlessly from the sand. She doesn't resist as I carry her toward the patch of soft grass beyond the waterline, her body fitting against mine like she was made for this moment. So, don't fight. I settle onto the grass and position her across my lap, her legs draped over mine. The moonlight catches in her dark hair as I run my fingers through the tangled strands. Not here. Not with me. She tilts her head back, and I can see the exact moment her last defense falls. The rigid line of her shoulders melts, and she sinks into my embrace like she's been holding her breath for years. I don't know how to not fight. Her voice is barely a whisper. It's all I've ever known. Then let me teach you. I lean down and capture her mouth with mine, and she responds with a desperation that sets my blood on fire. Her hands fist in my hair, pulling me closer as if she's afraid I might disappear. The kiss tastes like moonlight and surrender, like prayers finally answered. Oh! Her breath hitches when my teeth graze the curve of her neck. Show me, she pants, fingers clawing streaks down my shoulders. However you want. Just take me. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
They keep bringing you these free audiobooks. We have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. I roll us back over and she collapses against me, breath steaming in the cold moonlight. Her fingers trace the fresh scratches on my chest. Did I... Marked me better than any clan tattoo. I nuzzle the sweat-damp hair at her temple. Your people would be proud. A bitter laugh gusts against my skin. They'd stone me for this. Then they're fools. My hand settles possessively over her hip. You're not their weapon. She stiffens for a heartbeat, then exhales, melting into the curve of my arm. The dream world shimmers, edges blurring as dawn threatens. Her fingers entwine with mine over the glowing sigil. Drokar. When you find me, don't be gentle. I stare at her shining eyes with the moon reflecting in them. Don't worry, sweetheart. I've never been a gentle man. She giggles and leans forward, nuzzling her face into my neck. Chapter 20. Drokar. The moon spire ruins claw at the sky like broken teeth, jagged peaks scraping clouds that never seem to clear. My lungs burn with each step up the treacherous slope, loose shale cascading beneath my boots. The air grows thinner as I climb, sharp enough to cut throat and lung alike. 3 days of scaling these cursed heights, following directions torn from that dead elf's throat. My water ran out yesterday, my rations the day before. But Kayla's face drives me forward, those amber eyes wide with terror, as orc hands drag her deeper into nightmare. The cabin squats against the mountainside like a festering wound, ancient timber blackened by centuries of wind and ice. No smoke rises from the chimney. No light flickers behind shuttered windows. For a moment, doubt claws at my chest. What if the bastard lied? What if this is just another grave among the peaks? I don't knock. The door explodes inward under my shoulder, hinges shrieking in protest. Dust motes dance through shafts of pale sunlight as I duck through the frame, scanning the single room within. A figure jerks upright from a chair beside the cold hearth. Tall, even by dark elf standards, but bent with age that seems impossible for his kind. White hair spills past sharp shoulders, tied in a loose knot that's come partially undone. His skin bears the telltale bluish undertones of his race, but it's gone pale as mountain snow. Cold gray eyes fix on me with the intensity of winter storms. Those eyes narrow as they take in my size. My green-gray skin, the crude weapons at my belt. Caspian. The old elf straightens slowly, one hand gripping the chair's arm for support. His gaze flicks to the ruined door hanging from twisted hinges, then back to my face. That would depend entirely on who's asking. Answer the question! A thin smile curves his lips. Not friendly, but amused in the way predators find prey entertaining. My. Such manners. I suppose they don't teach orcs proper etiquette in the labor camps these days. Heat flares in my chest, but I keep my voice level. Are you Caspian or not? I am. He settles back into his chair with deliberate calm, fingers steepled before him. Though I confess, visitors are rather rare at this altitude. Particularly the sort who feel compelled to redecorate my door. I've come for you and your brother. You're going to reopen the portal to Earth. The amusement in his eyes sharpens to something colder. Am I now? How fascinating. And what makes you think I possess either the means or the inclination to do such a thing? I step closer, and he doesn't flinch. Doesn't even blink. Because you did it before. You and Vesperon opened the way between worlds. Ah. Caspian's fingers drum once against his chin. Someone's been telling tales, haven't they? Let me guess. One of the Kuzuth finally let something slip? Probably under duress, knowing their sort. I'm not leaving without an answer. His laugh scrapes like steel on stone. Oh, my dear brutish friend, you're leaving without far more than that. The smile fades from his lips like frost melting. Vesperon is dead, has been for decades now, And the dawn stones that once bridged our worlds, destroyed, shattered into dust and memory. The words hit like a warhammer to the chest. You're lying. I wish I were. Caspian rises from his chair with fluid grace despite his apparent age. My brother died closing the portals, you see. We'd grown rather tired of watching dark elves hunt your people and the humans like sport across two worlds. Call it a crisis of conscience, if you will. You're going to help me find a way, whether your brother is dead or not. Caspian's laugh turns bitter. Oh, you magnificent fool. The magic required burns through flesh and bone like acid through parchment. I don't care about the cost. Of course you don't. Your kind never does. He studies me with those cold gray eyes. Tell me, what's so important on Earth that you'd risk obliteration to reach it? Another war? More territory to claim? A woman. His eyebrows arch in genuine surprise. A woman. My, how refreshingly honest. And utterly doomed. He settles back into his chair with renewed interest. Let me guess. One of the human cattle your people keep as slaves. Developed a taste for something more exotic than orc females, have we? The heat in my chest flares white hot. My hands clench into fists. Watch your tongue, elf! Or what? You'll break more of my furniture? Caspian waves a dismissive hand. I've seen this song and dance before, you know. Orcs thinking with their loins instead of what passes for their brains. It never ends well. I cross the distance between us in 2 strides, grabbing him by the throat and hauling him from his chair. His feet dangle inches off the floor, but his expression remains maddeningly calm. She's my mate, marked by the lunar goddess herself. For the first time, something flickers behind those gray eyes. Not fear, surprise. Impossible. Orcs don't have mates. Your bunch has been abandoned by their gods and magics. Tell that to the mark on her wrist. I release him, and he staggers back, one hand massaging his throat. When he speaks again, his voice carries a new edge of uncertainty. Show me. I can't. She's on Earth, locked in a cage, and every moment I waste here talking to you is another moment she suffers. Caspian straightens his rumpled robes, studying me with fresh intensity. The lunar goddess hasn't touched this world in centuries. If what you claim is true, it is. Then you're either blessed or cursed beyond measure. He moves toward a shelf lined with ancient tomes, fingers trailing over leather spines. But even divine intervention can't resurrect the dead, my brutish friend. I don't care. Caspian's composure finally cracks. You have no idea what you're asking. The ruins are cursed ground, haunted by the echoes of power that shouldn't exist. The stones are ruined, and anyway, you'd need someone with intimate knowledge of the original spellwork to even attempt... You. The word hangs between us like a blade. Caspian's face goes pale as mountain snow. I won't do it. I grab the rope from my pack, moving with purpose. Yes, you will. The elf sits bound to his chair, gray eyes watching me prepare my bedroll with venomous patience. I've gagged him to stop his endless protests, though I suspect he's plotting more than cursing behind that silk cloth. Don't try anything clever while I sleep, I warn, settling against the far wall where I can see both him and the door. I'm a light sleeper, and you won't enjoy waking me. His glare could freeze fire, but he doesn't struggle against the ropes. Smart. I've tied them tight enough to cut circulation if he tries anything foolish. Sleep comes reluctantly, my body exhausted from days of climbing, but my mind racing with thoughts of Kayla. I need to see her, tell her that I finally found Caspian, and I'm one step closer to getting to her. But when the dream takes hold, I'm not standing on that moonlit shore. I'm somewhere else entirely. Ancient stone stretches around me, broken columns reaching toward a star-drunk sky. The architecture is unmistakably elven. all flowing curves and impossible arches. But time and violence have reduced it to elegant ruin. Moonlight pours through gaps in what was once a vaulted ceiling, painting everything in silver and shadow. Look, child. The voice whispers through my bones rather than my ears, carrying the weight of centuries and the promise of hunt and moon madness. I know that voice, though I've never heard it before. The lunar goddess herself speaks, and every instinct tells me to drop to my knees. She said to look, so I look. At first I see only broken stone and creeping vines. Then the moonlight shifts, and everything changes. The ruins come alive with light, not the warm glow of flame, but something cold and pure and devastating. Fragments of crystal catch the lunar rays and throw them back 1,000-fold, each shard blazing like a captured star. They lie scattered across the ancient floor, embedded in walls, suspended in the air as if frozen mid-explosion. Dawnstone fragments, hundreds of them.
Chapter 21. Kayla. My face peels away from my arm like skin from a wound, the rough stone floor having left its mark across my cheek. Everything hurts, ribs, shoulders, the tender spots where those bastards' fists found their mark. But something else gnaws at me, something worse than the physical pain. I didn't dream. The realization hits like ice water down my spine. For the first time since these nightmares began, I slept straight through without seeing him, without feeling those silver-flecked eyes watching me, without hearing that low rumble of a voice promising impossible things. No. The word scrapes out of my throat, barely a whisper in the damp cell. I push myself up on trembling arms, and the world tilts sideways. My vision blurs, black spots dancing at the edges as nausea rolls through my empty stomach. When did I last eat? Time blurs together in this hole they've thrown me in. It has to have been nearly a week, maybe more. I'm dying. The walls swim around me, stone blocks wavering like they're underwater. I blink hard, trying to focus, but everything feels wrong. Off balance. Like part of me is missing. Where are you? I whisper to the shadows, though I know how pathetic that sounds. Talking to a dream lover like he's real, like he actually exists somewhere beyond my starving mind's desperate attempt to escape reality. My arms give out, and I collapse back to the floor with a grunt. The impact sends fresh waves of pain through my battered ribs, but I barely notice. The physical hurt is nothing compared to this hollow ache in my chest. Those dreams were the only thing keeping me sane, the only moments of warmth in this frozen hell. Even if Drokar was just my imagination, just my brain's way of coping with captivity, he was mine. Something they couldn't take from me. And now he's gone. I curl on my side, drawing my knees to my chest, despite how it makes my ribs scream. The silver mark on my wrist catches what little light filters through the barred window. It hasn't faded, thank God. Still there, still proof that something touched me in those dreams. Something that felt more real than anything else in my life. Come back. I breathe against my folded arms. Please just come back. Maybe if I just lie still enough, quiet enough, the dreams will come back. Maybe Drokar will. Heavy boots thunder down the corridor, echoing off stone walls like war drums. My stomach drops. I know that sound by now. Multiple sets of feet, moving with purpose, coming for me. The cell door crashes open with a metallic shriek that sets my teeth on edge. 2 massive orcs fill the doorway, their tusks gleaming in the torchlight. The same bastards who've been working me over for days. Up, thief! Meaty hands clamp around my arms, hauling me to my feet before I can even think to resist. My legs buckle. When did they get so weak? But they drag me to the wooden chair they've brought in. The rough wood scrapes against my bare arms as they shove me down. That's when it hits me. The complete hopelessness of it all. My group scattered to God knows where. Me trapped in this hole, growing weaker by the hour. And now even my dreams have abandoned me. A sob escapes before I can stop it. Then another. Hot tears streak down my filthy cheeks, and I hate myself for it. Hate that they're seeing this. Look at that! The bigger orc's laughter booms off the walls. The fierce little human finally breaks. Knew it wouldn't take much longer, his companion grunts. Humans are weak, pathetic. Their mockery cuts deep, but something in me snaps back to life. The same fury that's kept me alive all these years surges up from my gut. I gather what saliva I can manage and spit directly into the big one's face. Go to hell. His expression turns murderous. The backhand comes so fast I don't see it, just feel the explosion of pain across my cheek. Stars burst behind my eyelids. Where are they hiding? He grabs my chin, forcing me to look at him. Your little band of rats. I told you. I don't know. This time it's a fist to my ribs. The air rushes out of my lungs in a wheeze. Another blow lands, then another. They work methodically, like they've done this before, like they enjoy it. I retreat somewhere deep inside myself, the way I learned to do years ago when the world first went to hell. My body takes the punishment, but my mind drifts. I picture those silver-flecked eyes, steady and sure. The way Drokar's voice rumbled through my dreams, low and protective. You are not alone. His strength becomes mine. I straighten my spine despite the screaming pain, lift my chin even as blood drips from my split lip. They can break my body, but they can't touch what matters. Safe, I whisper through swollen lips. They're safe. What did you say? My people. They're safe from monsters like you. The beating continues, but I hold on to that truth. Brendan's wide eyes as I slammed the window shut, the sound of footsteps disappearing into the night. They got away. They're alive. Finally, the orcs step back, breathing hard from their exertion. The bigger one spits on the floor. Stubborn. We'll try again tomorrow when you're hungrier. Something hard bounces off my arm and thuds to the floor. A piece of bread, stale and covered in mould. My captors want me alive just enough to suffer more. The door slams shut, leaving me alone with my pain and the meagre offering. I slide from the chair to the floor, each movement agony. My breath comes in short gasps, ribs protesting every inhale. But as I lie there in the gathering darkness, one thought surfaces above all the rest. Is he okay? Drokar. Wherever he is, whatever world he's fighting through, is he safe? The question surprises me with its intensity. When did I start caring about the welfare of an orc, even one from my dreams?
Chapter 22. Drokar. I wake to the memory of moonlight fracturing through crystalline dust, each mote catching silver fire like stars brought down to earth. The vision burns behind my eyelids, ruins open to the sky, fragments of something ancient scattered across broken stone. The goddess spoke with the voice of wind through ancient trees. Look, child. I saw! I understood! My eyes snap open to find Caspian exactly where I left him, bound to the wooden chair with rope that cuts into his pale wrists. The dark elf hasn't slept. His gray eyes track my movement with the patience of a predator waiting for weakness. White hair hangs loose around his angular face, no longer tied in that careful knot. He looks smaller somehow, diminished by captivity, but his expression remains glacial. Pleasant dreams? His voice drips with disdain. Did your goddess whisper sweet nothings about impossible quests? I roll to my feet, joints protesting after sleeping on hard ground. My weapons rest within easy reach, old habits from years of dangerous work. The fire has burned low, but embers still glow orange in the ash. The goddess has shown me a new path. I move to stoke the flames, feeding dry branches to the coals. And you are still part of it. Caspian's laugh cuts sharp as broken glass. Still clinging to delusions, are we? I told you. Vesperin is dead. The Dawnstones were obliterated when he closed the portal. Nothing remains but memories and regret. You're wrong. I was there, you muscle-bound fool. I felt the stones shatter, felt the magic die. My brother sacrificed himself to ensure that those worlds would never bleed into each other again. I turned from the fire to face him fully. The flames cast dancing shadows across his pale features, highlighting the exhaustion around his eyes. But beneath the weariness lurked something else. Fear. He's afraid I might actually succeed. The stones called to your brother's blood. To yours. They responded because you understood their nature. I stepped closer, close enough to see the pulse beating in his throat. But understanding isn't ownership. Riddles now? How very Orish of you. My hand moves to the hilt of my blade. The steel whispers against leather as I draw, just enough to catch the firelight. Careful, elf. My patience wears thin. His gaze flicks to the weapon, then back to my face. No fear there, just calculation. You need me alive, remember? Without my knowledge, you'll wander these wastes until you die of old age. I need your cooperation. Your breathing is optional. That earns me a smile, cold and sharp as winter wind. Such passion for a lost cause. Do you honestly believe your primitive goddess can resurrect what my brother's sacrifice destroyed? No matter how many times you break a stone, dust is still stone. The words hang between us like a challenge. Caspian's expression shifts, that predatory patience cracking just enough to reveal genuine surprise. His gray eyes narrow as he studies my face with new intensity. Dust. He speaks the word like it tastes bitter. You think the fragments... I know they remain. Scattered, perhaps, changed in form, but present. I sheathe the blade and settle onto a fallen log across from him. Your brother couldn't unmake what the goddess created. He could only transform it. Even if that were true, which I'm not conceding, dust cannot bridge worlds. The power required would be magnified by moonlight. I watch recognition dawn in his features, concentrated at the place where the original ritual was performed. Caspian's composure finally cracks. He leans forward as much as his bonds allow, voice dropping to an urgent whisper. The ruins. You want to return to the ruins where we first opened the portal? Yes. That place is cursed, haunted by the screams of everyone who died because of what we did. His face goes ashen, making the blue undertones of his skin more pronounced. Even if the dust retains power, the ritual would require 2 people. One on each side, to open the portal again. Yes. I finish the thought he cannot speak. I'll worry about that. Caspian's face drains of what little color it held. His bound hands clench into fists, knuckles white against pale skin. You cannot comprehend the devastation that ritual caused. The screams, the blood, entire settlements torn apart when the worlds collided. His voice cracks like brittle ice. I watched my brother die to stop it, watched the stones consume him from within until nothing remained but ash and regret. A growl builds in my chest, low and dangerous. The goddess wouldn't place her in my path only to deny me the means to reach her. Your goddess! Caspian's laugh turns hysterical. The same divine force that allowed your people to be enslaved, that permitted countless innocents to suffer. My vision goes red. In one fluid motion, I surge to my feet and cross the distance between us. My massive hand closes around his throat. Not enough pressure to crush, but sufficient to make my point. Choose your next words carefully, elf. The fight drains out of him as quickly as water through sand. His gray eyes meet mine, and I see something break behind them. Not fear, but resignation. The ruins lie 3 days north of here, where the Moonspire Mountains meet the Glassmoor Wastes. His voice comes out as a rasp. But know this, if you succeed, if you actually manage to breach the veil between worlds, the consequences will echo through both realms for generations. I release his throat and step back. Then we leave within the hour. The small dwelling feels cramped as I move through it, my bulk making the furniture seem designed for children. Caspian's home reflects his refined tastes, silk tapestries depicting abstract magical symbols, delicate pottery glazed in deep blues and silvers, books bound in leather so fine it must have cost a fortune. His kitchen proves more practical. I tear through cupboards, stuffing dried meat and travel bread into my pack. A ceramic jar yields honey cakes dusted with crystallized ginger, the kind of delicacy only dark elves can afford. I bite into one, savoring the burst of sweet heat across my tongue. "Those took me 3 days to make properly," Caspian's indignation carries across the room. "The ginger alone cost more than most orcs see in a year." I grab another pastry and stride back to where he sits bound. His protests cut off abruptly when I shove the entire cake into his open mouth, sugar and crumbs spilling down his chin. Problem solved. I return to my scavenging while he struggles to chew around the obstruction. 2 water skins go into the pack next, along with a coil of rope that looks sturdy enough to bear my weight. His pantry yields salt pork wrapped in oiled cloth, and a pouch of dried fruit that smells of cinnamon. "How far exactly?" I ask, testing the weight of a small camping axe. "And don't give me vague directions. I need specifics." Caspian finally manages to swallow the forced pastry. 70 miles, perhaps 80 if we encounter bad weather. The path winds through treacherous terrain, unstable rock formations, in areas where wild magic has twisted the landscape. We'll make it in 2 days. Impossible, even unencumbered, that pace would... I'm not asking your opinion. I shoulder the now bulging pack, its weight familiar and comfortable across my back. I'm telling you what will happen. I'm not making Kayla wait any longer than that.
Chapter 23. Kayla. 200. I pant out, each breath scraping my throat raw. The bindings have cut deep grooves into my skin, dark stains marking where blood has dried and cracked. My body sags forward against the wooden chair they bound me to when I could no longer hold myself upright. Every muscle screams in protest, but I force the words past my cracked lips. The larger orc, scarred face twisted in permanent scowl, leans closer. His breath reeks of rotted meat and fermented grain. 200 humans. His companion, younger but no less brutal, shakes his massive head. Tusks jut from his lower jaw like yellow daggers. Impossible. Group that size, we'd have found them already. I shake my head with what little strength remains, letting my voice crack with manufactured desperation. No, they're hiding underground. Deep caves, hard to find. The younger one's eyes narrow to suspicious slits. You lie. I'm not lying. I inject real fear into my voice, not difficult when surrounded by towering brutes who've spent days beating information from me. They made me swear never to tell, but I can't take this anymore. My gaze drifts to the corner where they've placed their latest bribe. A wooden bowl filled with something that might generously be called stew, and a cup that could contain actual clean water. The sight makes my stomach clench with desperate hunger. "Please," I whisper, letting my voice break completely. I'm so tired. So hungry. I just want this to end. The scarred one exchanges a long look with his companion. I catch the flicker of excitement in their pig-like eyes. The thought of capturing 200 humans has them practically salivating. "Where?" the scarred one demands. "Exact location." "North," I gasp, slumping further forward as if the confession has drained my last reserves. 3 days' travel, maybe 4. There are cliffs, red stone, jagged like broken teeth. At the bottom, cave entrances, hidden by rockfall and thorns. The younger orc's hand moves to the crude axe at his belt. If you lie... I'm not lying. The desperation in my voice is entirely real now, not because I fear they'll discover my deception, but because I know they will eventually. The caves run deep, connect to old mine shafts. That's how they've stayed hidden so long. Another loaded glance passes between my captors. The scarred one moves behind me, and I feel the rope around my wrists loosen with sharp tugs. Blood floods back into my hands, bringing fresh waves of agony that I bite back with clenched teeth. You eat, the younger one grunts, shoving me roughly toward the corner where the food waits. We verify your information. If truth, maybe you live longer. I stumble across the cell, legs trembling like a newborn colt's. Behind me, their heavy footsteps retreat, and the door slams shut with a sound like thunder. The lock clicks into place, but for the first time in days, I'm alone. My hands shake as I lift the water to my lips, forcing myself to take small sips instead of gulping it down. The liquid tastes like salvation, cool and clean enough to wash the copper taste of blood from my mouth. The stew proves less appetizing up close. Chunks of unidentifiable meat float in greasy broth, but my body doesn't care about taste. I force down spoonful after spoonful, feeling strength creep back into my limbs with each swallow. They'll discover the lie, of course. There are no caves, no hidden settlement of 200 humans. But I've bought time. Precious hours while they organise a scouting party, travel north, search the cliffs I described. Hours my people can use to put even more distance between themselves and this place. The faint scratch of metal against stone jolts me from the light doze I'd managed. My captors' voices drift through the thick wooden door, low rumbles I strain to catch. I press my ear against the cold stone wall, grateful for the first time that these cells share a wall with their gathering area. Muttering in her sleep again last night, the younger orc's voice carries clearly, kept going on about elves. Elves this, elves that. My blood turns to ice. I've been talking in my sleep. Elves? The scarred one's laugh sounds like grinding stone. My grandmother used to tell stories about them, the younger one continues, and I can hear the scrape of a chair being dragged across the floor. Tall, grey-skinned bastards with magic. Your grandmother was addled. Good thing the portal closed behind us when we came through, or we'd have had those arrogant pricks following us here. My heart hammers against my ribs. Portal. They came through a portal. Drokar had mentioned elves, but I'd thought it was just more of his strange dream talk. These orcs speak of them like they're real, like they'd actually encountered them. Still, the younger orc muses, remember the stories about that elf bastard Vesperon, the one who tried opening passages back to their world hundreds of years ago? Vesperon. The name hits me like lightning, and I have to bite my lip to keep from gasping aloud. That's the name Drokar mentioned, the elf who might be able to open a portal between worlds. Course I remember, the scarred one spits. Crazy bastard thought he could let his people come here and wipe us out. Thank the gods he failed and died trying. Yeah, but didn't he have some kind of stronghold? West somewhere, I thought. My pulse quickens. North, the same direction I'd sent them on their wild hunt for my fictional refugee camp. Old ruins now, probably. Nothing but broken stone and regret. The scarred one's voice grows muffled, as if he's moved away from the wall. Why are you thinking about ancient history anyway? Just wondering if that's where the human got her elf nonsense. Maybe she stumbled across some old carvings or something during her wandering. Or maybe she's completely mad from hunger and fear. Their laughter echoes harshly. Either way, won't matter much longer. Once we verify her information about those caves, we'll be done with her. Their footsteps retreat, voices fading as they move deeper into the compound. I remain pressed against the wall, mind racing through everything I've just learned. Vesperon was real, had been real anyway. These orcs spoke of him as dead. But if he'd had a stronghold, ruins might remain. And if Drokar was right about him being able to open portals. I pull back from the wall, staring at the faint silver mark still glowing on my wrist. The sign Drokar claimed came from his lunar goddess. Maybe there was more truth to his words than I dared believe. West. I need to escape before my captors return from their fruitless search, and I need to reach those ruins before anyone else does. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 24. Drokar. Caspian collapses beside the fire I've built, his pale limbs folding like a broken marionette. His breath comes in ragged gasps, white hair plastered to his skull with sweat despite the evening chill. For someone who claims his people are superior, he's proving remarkably fragile. Centuries of magical conveniences, I mutter, banking the flames with a stick. Makes you soft. His gray eyes flash with indignation even through his exhaustion. Some of us weren't bred for endurance like pack animals. Pack animals get the job done. I unroll my bedroll with sharp snaps of worn leather. They don't whine about sore feet after half a day's march. Half a day? Caspian's voice cracks with disbelief. We've been walking since before dawn, through thorns and mud and you're still breathing. I settle onto my back, staring up through the canopy where wood smoke curls toward the darkening sky. Thick clouds obscure any hint of stars or moon. Just an endless stretch of gray-black nothing. Count yourself fortunate. Caspian mutters something that sounds distinctly unflattering. I don't bother responding. My mind has already drifted elsewhere, pulled by the familiar ache that's been gnawing at my chest since we broke camp this morning. Kayla. 3 nights now since I've seen her face, felt her presence in the sacred space the goddess grants us. The longest we've been apart since the visions began. Each day without her voice, her touch, her fierce spirit fighting against mine. It's like walking with a blade between my ribs. I close my eyes, willing sleep to come quickly. The goddess has never failed me before. She wouldn't abandon me now, not when Kayla needs me most. Not when every instinct screams that she's in danger. The fire crackles nearby. Caspian's breathing finally evens out into the rhythm of exhausted sleep. A nightbird calls somewhere in the distance, answered by another from across the dark expanse of forest. I sink deeper into the familiar ritual of surrender, letting my consciousness drift toward the sacred realm where she waits. Always waits, no matter how the waking world tries to keep us apart. Dawnlight filters through my eyelids, accompanied by the cheerful trill of morning birds. My eyes snap open to gray sky and dying embers. Nothing. No dreams, no visions, no silver-lit shore where Kayla's amber eyes burn with defiance and desire. Just empty, dreamless sleep that's left me hollow as a cracked gourd. I surge upright, heart hammering against my ribs. The goddess has never denied me before, not since the first vision showed me my mate's face. The connection between us has been constant as breathing, sacred as blood. No! The word tears from my throat like a growl. Caspian stirs beside the cold fire pit, blinking owlishly in the morning light. What's wrong now? I'm on my feet before I realize I've moved, pacing the small clearing like a caged wolf. My hands clench and unclench at my sides, every muscle coiled with desperate energy that has nowhere to go. She's gone. Who's gone? Kayla. Her name tastes like ashes on my tongue. The goddess. She's not showing me Kayla. Caspian props himself up on one elbow, studying my face with those calculating gray eyes. Perhaps your deity has finally come to her senses. The words hit me like a physical blow. I spin toward him, fury blazing through the hollow ache in my chest. The goddess doesn't make mistakes. No? He sits up fully, brushing dirt from his travel-stained robes. Then perhaps this human of yours is already dead. The world goes very still. Even the birds seem to hold their breath. What did you say? Caspian's expression doesn't change, but I catch the slight tensing around his eyes. The look of someone who's just realized they've stepped too close to a cliff's edge. I'm simply suggesting, he says carefully, that your connection ending could mean... I'm moving before he finishes the sentence, crossing the distance between us in 2 strides. My hand closes around his throat, lifting him clear off the ground. His feet kick uselessly at empty air. She's not dead. The words come out low and deadly, each one sharp enough to cut. The goddess wouldn't abandon me. Not now. I release him with a sharp shove that sends him stumbling backward. He hits the ground hard, one hand flying to his throat while he gasps for breath. The sound scrapes against my nerves like metal on stone. I turn away before the temptation to finish what I started overwhelms me. My bedroll needs packing anyway. Sitting here won't bring Kayla back to me. The leather crackles as I roll it tight, every movement sharp and efficient despite the chaos churning in my head. What if she really is dead? What if those bastard orcs finally pushed too far? Broke something that couldn't be mended? My hand still as the thought claws deeper. The goddess wouldn't abandon me, would she? Not after showing me Kayla's face, her spirit, the fire that burns in her amber eyes. Not after marking her as mine with that silver sigil. But gods have turned their backs on orcs before. The enchantment goddess let our magic wither and die. The war god watches our people scatter like leaves before every dark elf blade. Maybe the lunar goddess has finally decided I'm not worth her attention either. I yank the ties on my pack so hard one nearly snaps. No, I'd know if Kayla's soul had departed this world. The bond between mates runs deeper than dreams and visions. It's written in blood and bone, carved into the very essence of what we are. If she were truly gone, part of me would have died with her. Wouldn't it? My water skin feels heavy in my hands as I tip it back, the lukewarm liquid doing nothing to wash away the bitter taste of doubt. Behind me, Caspian's breathing has returned to normal, though I can feel his gray eyes boring into my back like ice picks. I pull out a strip of dried boar meat, tearing off a piece with more violence than necessary. The salt burns my tongue, familiar and grounding. Real. Unlike the endless spiral of fears threatening to drag me under. Another piece goes to Caspian. I toss it at his feet without looking. Eat while we walk. This path leads to ruin. His voice carries that calculating edge again, the tone of someone testing how far they can push. Whatever you think you'll accomplish with the Dawnstones, it won't be worth the cost. My hand finds the handle of my war axe, fingers curling around the worn leather grip. The weight of it settles something violent in my chest, reminds me why I'm here, what I'm fighting for. I'd rather walk into ruin than let her rot alone. The words ring through the clearing like a battle cry. Final. Absolute. Caspian pushes himself to his feet, brushing dirt from his robes with delicate, precise movements. You're going to destroy both worlds for one human female! Both worlds can burn if it means she lives. I shoulder my pack and start walking north toward the ruins he's promised to show me, toward whatever remains of the Dawnstones and the power they once held. Behind me, Caspian's footsteps follow after a long moment of silence.
Chapter 25. Kayla. The camp settles into its nightly rhythm around me. Drunken laughter from the main fires, the occasional bellow of an argument, boots stomping past my cell. But underneath it all, silence creeps in like fog. Most of them sleep deep after their evening feast, bellies full of whatever poor creature they slaughtered today. Now is the time. I look down at my wrists, studying the sharp jut of bone beneath skin that's gone translucent from weeks of starvation. The leather bindings that once felt impossibly tight now gap around my diminished frame. My hands have shrunk to bird bones wrapped in parchment. Perfect, I whisper to the darkness. The metal edges of the binding cut deep as I force my right hand through, twisting my thumb until the joint screams in protest. Blood wells up, slick and warm, making everything slippery. I bite down on my lower lip to keep from crying out as the leather scrapes away skin. My hand pops free with a wet sound that makes my stomach lurch. The left one follows easier. I'm getting better at dislocating things, apparently. Another useful skill for my expanding repertoire of survival techniques. Blood drips onto the stone floor as I work the rusted sliver of metal from between the bars again. My fingers shake from hunger and adrenaline, making the delicate work of picking the lock feel like threading a needle in an earthquake. The metal scrapes against the mechanism with tiny whispers that sound loud as thunderclaps in the suffocating quiet. Come on, I breathe against the lock. Just once more. The familiar click sends relief flooding through me. I ease the cell door open, muscles tensing for the creak of hinges that never comes. I've memorized exactly how far to push before the sound starts. But this time I don't turn toward the corridor. This time I head for the narrow window set high in the far wall. The opening barely looks wide enough for a child, let alone a grown woman. But hunger has carved me down to essentials, all sharp angles and desperate determination. I drag the rotting stool beneath it, testing its stability with careful pressure. The wood holds. Barely. I pull myself up, ribs grinding against the stone sill as I wriggle through the gap. For a terrifying moment, I stick halfway, trapped between worlds like some grotesque birth gone wrong. Then my hips clear the frame, and I'm tumbling toward the ground outside. I hit the packed earth with a muffled thump that drives the air from my lungs. Stars explode across my vision, but I force myself to roll into the shadows beside the building before the spots clear. The night air tastes like freedom and wood smoke, sharp against my throat after weeks of breathing stale cell air. I press my back against the rough wooden wall, scanning the camp spread out before me. Cooking fires burn low between scattered tents and lean-tos. A few orcs stumble between them, but their movements have the loose, unsteady rhythm of creatures deep in their cups. Guard patrols move along predictable routes. I've been watching their patterns through my window for days. Vesperon. I mouth the name silently, clinging to the single thread of hope those guards gave me. If this elf truly exists, if the ruins they mentioned hold some answers about the strange dreams that have kept me sane. I slip from shadow to shadow, bare feet silent on the cold ground. Each step feels like walking on broken glass. But I've learned to ignore pain. It's just another voice shouting for attention in the chaos of staying alive. The outer wall looms ahead, twice my height, and topped with crude spikes. No rope, no ladder, no convenient pile of crates to boost me up. Just bare stone and my own desperate strength. I study the wall's surface, searching for handholds in the irregular stones. There, a gap where the mortar has crumbled away. Another one 3 feet up and to the left. It might be enough if I can make my starved muscles cooperate. Time to find out what I'm really made of. My fingers find the first handhold, rough stone biting into my palm as I pull myself up. The cut on my wrist reopens, sending fresh blood trickling down my arm. but I ignore it. Pain is just noise now, 3 feet up, then 5. The spikes at the top seem impossibly far above me, but I force my trembling arms to keep reaching. My bare toes scrabble for purchase on the uneven stones, every muscle screaming in protest. Almost there, just a few more. Iron fingers clamp around my ankle with crushing force. "Going somewhere, thief?" The voice rumbles up from below like distant thunder. I look down into the leering face of the largest orc I've ever seen. Easily 7 feet of scarred green flesh and yellowed tusks. His grip tightens until I feel bones grinding together. "No!" I claw desperately at the wall, fingernails splitting against stone as he drags me down. "Let me go!" He yanks hard enough to rip my hands free, sending me crashing to the ground in a tangle of limbs. Before I can roll away, his massive weight pins me flat against the packed earth, one knee pressed into my spine. "Thought you were clever, didn't you?" His breath reeks of rotted meat and stale ale as he leans close to my ear. "Sneaking out like some worthless rat." I buck against his hold, but it's like fighting a mountain. "Get off me." His laugh rumbles through his chest into my back. "Oh, I will. After I show you what happens to humans who think they can play games with us." Thick fingers tangle in my hair, wrenching my head back until my neck screams. "First, I'm going to make love to you until you bleed. Then I'm going to gut you slow, let you watch your insides spill out while you're still breathing." Terror floods my system, sharp and cold as winter water. I thrash wildly, catching him in the ribs with my elbow, but he just grunts and shifts more weight onto me. "That's it, fight me." His free hand fumbles with something at his waist. "Makes it more fun when you finally break." "No, no, no." The words tear out of my throat in a raw scream as I twist beneath him, kicking and clawing like a feral animal. This can't be how it ends. Not like this. Something wet drips onto my shoulder. Blood? Saliva? I don't want to know. "Scream louder," he growls. "Wake up the whole camp. Let them watch." I fill my lungs to do exactly that when the pressure on my back suddenly vanishes. A sound like breaking timber fills the air, wet, final. The orc's grip on my hair goes slack. I roll over, gasping, and freeze. A massive silhouette stands over the orc's motionless form, moonlight glinting off silver-flecked eyes that burn with barely contained fury. The dead orc's neck sits at an impossible angle, his spine clearly snapped. Those eyes find mine in the darkness, and my heart stops. Drokar?
Chapter 26. Drokar. The ruins emerge from the hillside like broken teeth against the star-swept sky. What remains of the ancient tower catches moonlight in its jagged edges, the structure split open like a cracked egg. Half the circular wall still stands, reaching toward the heavens with desperate stone fingers, while the other half lies scattered in a tumbled heap of rubble. "There," Caspian points with one pale finger. "The shrine ruins." I step through the gap where a door once stood, boots crunching on centuries of debris. The interior opens like a bowl to catch the silver light streaming down from above. Carved symbols spiral up what's left of the walls, orcish runes I recognize from childhood stories. The lunar goddess watches from every surface, her crescent eyes following my movement. "It used to be quite the tower," Caspian murmurs behind me. "Pity they—" A scream tears through my skull like a blade. The sound rips every thought from my head, sends fire racing down my spine. Not just any scream. Hers. Kayla's voice, raw with terror, echoing inside my bones until I can't tell where the sound ends and my rage begins. "No! No, no!" The words slam into me. I stagger, pressing my palms against my temples as the ruins blur and shift around me. Stone walls melt away like water, replaced by crude wooden buildings in flickering firelight. I'm no longer in Protheka. The air tastes different here, thinner, sharper, carrying the stench of unwashed bodies and rotting food. Ramshackle huts cluster around dying campfires, their shadows dancing like demons against the night. This place reeks of desperation and cruelty. Earth. I'm on Earth. Another scream pierces the darkness, and my head snaps toward the sound, like a hound catching scent. There, near a wooden wall topped with crude spikes, movement in the shadows. "Scream louder!" a voice rumbles with sadistic pleasure. "Wake up the whole camp, let them watch!" Fury explodes through my chest, white-hot and consuming. I'm moving before conscious thought catches up, my feet pounding across the packed earth as the scene resolves into horrifying clarity. A massive orc pins a struggling figure to the ground, his bulk easily twice her size. Even in the dim light, I recognize the wild tangle of dark hair, the desperate way she claws at the dirt beneath her. Kayla! The bastard has one knee pressed into her spine, his free hand fumbling with his belt while she thrashes like a trapped animal. Her clothes hang in tatters, revealing pale skin marked with fresh bruises. "No!" Her voice cracks with exhaustion and terror. Something primal and volcanic erupts inside my chest. The world narrows to a single point of focus. This piece of filth daring to touch what belongs to me. I reach them in 3 strides, my hand closing around the orc's thick neck like a vice. He barely has time to grunt in surprise before I haul him off her, with enough force to lift his feet clear of the ground. "What?" I twist. Hard. The wet snap of vertebrae separating echoes across the camp like breaking timber. His body goes limp in my grip, head lolling at an angle that leaves no doubt about his condition. I let the corpse drop to the dirt with a satisfying thud. The silence stretches between us, broken only by Kayla's ragged breathing as she rolls away from the body. She stares up at me from the ground, amber eyes wide with shock and something else, recognition that sends a thrill through my bones. "Drokar," her voice barely rises above a whisper. I drop to one knee beside her, careful to keep my movements slow and non-threatening, despite the adrenaline still racing through my veins. Up close, I can see the full extent of what they've done to her. The hollow cheeks, the angry bruises mapping her ribs, the way her clothes hang loose on a frame carved down to essentials by starvation. Rage threatens to consume me all over again, but I force it down. She needs comfort now, not more violence. "Kayla! The words come out rough and scratchy, my throat tight with emotions I don't have names for. Kayla doesn't speak. She lurches forward with a broken sob that tears straight through my chest, her arms wrapping around me with desperate strength. Her body crashes into mine like she's drowning, and I'm the only solid thing in the world. "Drokar! You're real!" The words come out muffled against my shoulder, raw with disbelief and something close to hysteria. I pull her small frame into my arms, careful not to crush the fragile bones beneath my hands. She feels like she's made of twigs and paper, so much thinner than she appeared in our shared dreams. Her ribs press sharp against my chest through the torn fabric of her shirt. Every angle of her seems carved down to the absolute minimum needed for survival. The urge to squeeze her tight wars with the terror that I might snap her in half. She weighs nothing in my arms, a collection of bird bones held together by sheer, stubborn will. "Of course I'm real, sweetheart." My voice comes out rough, thick, and gravel-like. I'm right here. She pulls back just enough to look at me, tears streaming down her dirt-stained cheeks in silver tracks. Her amber eyes search my face like she's memorizing every scar, every line. When she lifts one trembling hand to touch my cheek, her fingers feel like butterfly wings against my skin. "How?" The word barely escapes her lips. "How are you here?" I lean into her touch, covering her hand with mine. I have no clue. The admission should terrify me. One moment I stood in crumbling ruins on Protheka. The next I'm holding her on a world I've never set foot on. The laws of reality seem to bend around whatever force brought us together. I don't care. She's here, she's real. Nothing else matters. I lean forward and capture her mouth with mine, tasting salt tears and desperation. She melts into the kiss like she's been starving for it, her fingers tangling in my hair with fierce hunger. We cling to each other like the world might tear us apart again at any moment, kissing with the wild intensity of people who thought they'd never touch. I thought... She breaks away just long enough to gasp the words against my lips. I thought I'd die without ever... Never... I silence her with another kiss, deeper this time, my hands framing her face like she's made of precious glass. Never. We're both crying now, tears mixing between our mouths as we hold each other in the shadow of the wooden wall. Neither of us understands how this miracle happened, but we both recognize the silver touch of divinity in it. The goddess, I say, kissing her cheeks and her forehead. She brought us together.
Chapter 27. Kayla. I kiss him back with everything I have left in me, pouring weeks of terror and loneliness into the desperate press of our mouths. His lips taste like salt and something wild, something that belongs to open skies and freedom. My hands shake as they fist in his shirt, pulling him closer until there's no space left between us. He's solid, real. The dream meetings felt vivid, but this is heat and weight, and the steady thrum of his heartbeat against my chest. His hands cup my face like I'm something precious, instead of the half-starved thief they dragged through the camp. When we finally break apart, I'm trembling so hard my teeth chatter. What do I have to do? The words tumble out in a rush. To stay with you? Tell me and I'll do it. Kayla. I heard them talking. I grip his arms, feeling the corded muscle beneath the fabric. The guards. They mentioned someone called Vesperon. You told me about him in the dreams, said he might help. Something shifts in his expression, a shadow passing behind those silver-flecked eyes. What exactly did they say? That he was an elf bastard who tried to let elves come to Earth to kill orcs, hundreds of years ago. I search his face, desperate for hope. Can we find him? They said something about going west and there's ruins. Drokar's jaw tightens. He looks away, staring at the wooden wall behind me. Vesperon is dead. The words hit like a physical blow. Dead? But you said... I know. His voice carries the weight of resignation. The brothers, Vesperon and Caspian, they use stones called the Dawn Stones to open a portal between our worlds. One brother on each side, working together. Working together to do what? To hunt. The admission comes out flat, matter of fact. Dark elves hunted humans and orcs, dragging them between worlds like prey. When the brothers realized what they'd enabled, they chose to close the portal. But destroying the stones... He meets my eyes again. It killed Vesperon. My stomach drops. So there's no way. I didn't say that. Something fierce sparks in his expression. The goddess showed me something in the ruins. The stones were shattered. Yes, but stone doesn't simply vanish when it breaks. What do you mean? Dust, Kayla. Fragments. The power doesn't disappear just because the vessel changes shape. His hands slide down to grip mine. She showed me shards catching moonlight, still alive with potential, if we can gather enough of what remains. We could open the portal again. Understanding floods through me, followed immediately by a dozen new fears. But if it killed Vesperon the first time they destroyed the stones to close something already open, this would be different. We'd be opening, not closing. His thumb traces over my knuckles. And we'd have each other. Hope blooms in my chest, fragile but growing stronger with each heartbeat. There's still a chance. As long as my heart beats, there will always be a chance. His voice carries the weight of an oath, each word deliberate and fierce. I swear it to you, Kayla, by the goddess who brought us together, by the blood in my veins. I will find a way. I surge up and kiss him again, desperate to seal his promise against my lips. This time the kiss tastes like hope, mixed with salt tears I didn't realize I was crying. His hands tangle in my matted hair, and for a moment the world narrows to just this. His mouth on mine, his solid presence blocking out everything else. When we break apart, he cups my face in his massive hands. Listen carefully. The ruins they mentioned, go west and find them. Look for a building that catches moonlight like it's made of silver instead of stone. By myself? My stomach clenches. How will I survive that long without? You're stronger than any of them know. His thumb traces the mark on my wrist, the one that glows faintly even now. Follow the streams when you can. They lead to cleaner water, and the orcs avoid them because they think they're cursed. I memorize every detail of his face, the sharp line of his jaw, the silver flecks in his eyes that seem to hold starlight. What do I do when I get there? Look for fragments that catch the moon. They'll feel warm to the touch, like they're alive. His image wavers slightly around the edges, becoming translucent. Gather as many as you can find. The goddess will guide you to Drokar. Panic shoots through me as his form grows fainter. You're fading. He looks down at himself, his expression shifting to grim understanding. The moon is setting. I glance up through the gap in the wooden palisade wall. Sure enough, the silver disk hangs low on the horizon, its light growing pale against the approaching dawn. The realization hits me like a physical blow. Moonlight brought us together. The lunar goddess isn't just some story orcs tell around fires. She's real, and she's been weaving our fates together through silver threads of light. I can barely see you. My voice cracks as his features blur like smoke. Find the shards, Kayla. His words echo as if spoken from a great distance. I'll be searching from my side. We'll meet again, in flesh this time. He reaches for me one last time, but his fingers pass through mine like mist. Then he's gone, leaving me alone in the pre-dawn silence with nothing but the memory of his touch and the fading warmth on my wrist. The emptiness hits harder than any beating the guards gave me. I press my hand to my chest, feeling the hollow ache where his presence used to be. But underneath the grief burns something fiercer, determination sharp as broken glass. I get to my feet, legs shaky but holding. The camp still sleeps around me, lost in whatever dreams orcs have. This time when I approach the wall, no massive hand drags me down. I grip the rough wooden stakes and haul myself up, splinters biting into my palms. At the top, I pause to steady myself against the dizziness that comes from weeks of poor food and little sleep. On the other side lies the wasteland I've known all my life. But now it holds possibility instead of just endless running. 3 days west, broken tower, fragments that catch moonlight. I'll find those ruins. I'll gather every shard of the dawnstones that remains. And when the moon rises full again, I'll meet Drokar in the flesh.
Chapter 28. Drokar. I wake gasping, my body convulsing as if I've been drowning. The taste of Kayla's mouth still lingers on my lips. Salt and desperation and something sweet beneath the fear. My body shakes as I push myself up from the cold stone floor, the memory of her solid weight against me so vivid that I look around expecting to see her crouch beside me. Nothing but ancient stone and the pale fingers of dawnlight threading through the canopy above. The ruined tower stretches around me, its walls broken open to the sky like a cracked egg. Moss carpets the foundation stones, and somewhere overhead a bird calls out its morning song, oblivious to the miracle that just shattered the boundary between worlds. She was here, not in dream, not in vision, here. Her skin warm under my hands, her heartbeat racing against my chest. The goddess reached across the void and pulled us together for those precious moments, moonlight weaving a bridge that let me touch what should have been impossible. And now she's free, running through that wasteland with my words echoing in her ears, searching for the remnants of power that will bring us together permanently. The thought sends fire racing through my veins. 3 days west, broken tower, fragments that catch moonlight like captured stars. I'm so close I can taste victory on my tongue, sharp and metallic as blood. The soft scrape of boot on stone snaps me back to the present. I jerk upright, muscles coiling as my eyes track the sound to where Caspian thinks he's being clever, tiptoeing between the fallen blocks like some sort of pale spider. His white hair gleams in the growing light as he picks his way toward what used to be the tower's entrance. The coward waited until he thought I was unconscious to make his escape. I'm on my feet and moving before he takes another step. My hand closes around his throat, lifting him off the ground with the same ease I'd used to hoist a sack of grain. His feet kick uselessly at empty air as I pin him against the nearest wall, the ancient stone grinding under the impact. Going somewhere? His cold gray eyes bulge as his hands claw at my wrist. When he tries to speak, only a strangled wheeze emerges. I loosen my grip just enough to let words through. "You saw," he gasps, throat working against my palm. "You saw what happened. The power required to bridge worlds, even for moments. It nearly killed you. But it didn't." I lean closer, letting him see the fire burning behind my eyes. "The goddess showed me truth, Elf. Your precious stones aren't gone. They're scattered, waiting to be gathered by someone with will enough to claim them." "Fool." He tries to twist away, but my grip tightens. "You think you understand what you're playing with?" The Dawnstones weren't just conduits. They were restraints. Without proper binding, raw fragments will tear holes in reality itself. "Then we'd better make sure we bind them properly." "We..." His laugh comes out as a rasp. "I told you, Orc. I want no part in this madness. Find someone else to help you commit cosmic suicide." I study his face, noting the way his eyes dart toward the forest beyond the ruins. The way his breathing stays quick and shallow even when I'm not choking him. The slight tremor in his hands that has nothing to do with fear, and everything to do with withdrawal from whatever alchemical compounds dark elves use to enhance their magic. He needs me more than he's willing to admit. "You're not going anywhere," I tell him, voice dropping to a rumble that makes the stones around us seem to vibrate. "Because you know as well as I do that those fragments are the only chance either of us has at real power. You help me gather them, help me forge a new portal, and when it's done, you can cross over to Earth and carve out whatever kingdom you want from the ashes." "And if I refuse?" I smile, letting him see teeth. "Then I snap your neck and figure it out myself." The silence stretches between us like a blade drawn tight. Caspian's face has gone the color of old parchment, his gray eyes wide with something that looks uncomfortably close to terror. When he finally speaks, his voice cracks like a boy's. "Please." The word falls from his lips like a stone into still water. "You don't understand what you're asking. The ritual, it's not just dangerous, it's abomination. My brother and I, we thought we were so clever, so wise. We believed we could control forces that predate the very foundations of reality." I shift my grip, fingers tightening until his breathing turns raspy. "Explain it." "The Dawnstones were never meant to bridge worlds permanently." Each word comes out strained, forced through the pressure of my hand. They were containment vessels. When we used them to open the portal, we didn't create a doorway. We created a wound. But the fragments remain. I lean closer, studying the way sweat beads on his pale forehead. The goddess showed me. Moonlight catching on scattered pieces, each one holding enough power to... To what? His laugh comes out as a wheeze. To let chaos bleed through from the spaces between worlds? Those fragments aren't tools, Orc. They're shrapnel from a cosmic explosion that should have killed us all. My grip loosens just enough to let him draw a full breath. The morning light has grown stronger, slanting through the broken stones to paint everything in gold and shadow. Somewhere in the distance, I can hear the sound of water running over rocks, peaceful and ordinary. It seems impossible that such mundane sounds exist in the same world where I'm threatening to throttle an elf for the secrets of interdimensional magic. Tell me how to gather them, how to forge them into something that will bring her to me. I don't know. The words come out flat, final. I've seen what happens when mortals play with forces beyond their comprehension. My brother died screaming as the portal collapsed, his body torn apart by energies that exist in the spaces between heartbeats. I won't be party to... A growl builds in my chest, low and threatening. The sound seems to resonate through the ancient stones around us, and I watch Caspian's eyes widen as he recognizes the depth of rage I'm holding back. I don't care what ruin comes. Each word drops like hammer blows. I don't care if the sky catches fire or the ground opens up to swallow us whole. I will not lose her. You stubborn, thick-skulled fool. His voice rises to something approaching a shriek. Don't you see? If you succeed, if you somehow manage to unite with this supposed mate of yours, you'll doom both worlds.
Chapter 29. Kayla. My legs give out halfway up the hillside, muscles trembling like autumn leaves in a storm. I catch myself against a boulder, gasping as the world tilts sideways. 3 days of walking on nothing but stream water and the handful of berries I found yesterday. 3 days of following Drokar's directions through terrain that seems designed to break both spirit and bone. The slope levels out beneath my feet, and I force myself upright. Just a few more steps. Just. What the hell? The words scrape out of my throat as I crest the hill and stare down at the scene below. Where I expected ancient ruins, mystical stones catching moonlight like captured starfire, there's nothing but a charred concrete husk squatting in the valley like a blackened tooth. The building looks like something from the old world, before the orcs came through their portals. Rectangular, industrial, the kind of place where people once manufactured things in bulk. Now its walls are split open like a cracked egg, concrete peeled back in jagged layers that expose twisted metal bones beneath. Scorch marks radiate outward from the centre in a pattern that makes my eyes water to follow. This can't be right. I pick my way down the slope, loose stones skittering away from my boots. Each step closer makes the wrongness more pronounced, as if the very atoms here remember being torn apart and reassembled wrong. My silver mark throbs against my wrist, hidden beneath the torn sleeve of my jacket, but pulsing like a second heartbeat. The concrete crunches under my feet as I circle the ruined building. Whatever explosion happened here, it was thorough. Chunks of debris scattered in all directions, some pieces fused into glass where the heat was most intense. I kick through the rubble, searching for anything that might catch light, anything that might hold the power Drokar promised. Nothing. Come on. My voice cracks as I overturn another chunk of concrete. There has to be something. Fragments, shards, anything. The wind picks up, whistling through the broken walls with a sound like laughter, mocking me, reminding me that I'm a foolish human girl chasing fairy tales, while my people, if they're even still alive, wonder what happened to their leader. I sink down onto a piece of rubble, pressing my palms against my eyes until stars burst behind my lids. The exhaustion hits like a physical weight, pressing down on my shoulders until I can barely hold myself upright. When did I last eat real food? When did I last sleep somewhere warm and safe? Stupid. The word tastes bitter. Stupid to believe in magic. Stupid to trust dreams. But even as I say it, my wrist burns with silver fire. The mark the goddess gave me, if she gave it to me, if any of this is real and not just the delusions of a starving mind. I pull back my sleeve to stare at the sigil, its curves and angles as familiar now as my own heartbeat. My stomach cramps, sharp and insistent. Right. Food first, existential crisis second. That's always been the rule for survival. I push myself upright, legs shaking with the effort. The small stream I followed to reach this place can't be more than half a mile back through the trees. Water, at least, and maybe I'll get lucky and find something edible along the banks. The walk back feels endless, each step a negotiation between my body's demands and my will to keep moving. When I finally hear the musical trickle of water over stones, relief floods through me so intense it's almost painful. I drop to my knees beside the stream, cupping water to my mouth with hands that shake from cold and exhaustion. The liquid is so cold it makes my teeth ache, but I drink greedily anyway. Better to deal with brain freeze than dehydration. My fingers have gone numb by the third handful, water running between them in silver streams. I flex them, trying to work, feeling back into the joints. The cold seems to seep deeper with each second, settling into my bones like winter fog. A flash of brown catches my eye, and I look up to see a walnut tree hanging over the stream's far bank. Its branches are mostly bare now, but the ground beneath is carpeted with fallen nuts in various stages of decay. My mouth waters at the sight. I splash across the shallow stream, boots squelching in the muddy bank. Most of the nuts are too far gone, black with rot or split open by squirrels, but I manage to gather a handful of the better ones. The shells are hard as stone, unmarked by weather or teeth. These will need cracking. I pocket them carefully, already planning my return to the ruins. The concrete chunks there will serve as hammers and anvils. It's not much, maybe enough calories to keep me going another day. But it's something. As I straighten up, water still dripping from my numb hands, the silver mark on my wrist pulses once. Brief but unmistakable. A reminder that whatever brought Drokar and me together in that moonlit moment, it's still there, still waiting. All right, I whisper to the empty forest. One more try, but if there's nothing there, I'm heading south to find my people. The stream chatters its response, indifferent to human hopes and fears. The concrete walls offer blessed shelter from the wind, though they do nothing to chase away the bone-deep cold that's settled into my joints. I clear a small space in the centre of the ruined building, sweeping aside chunks of debris with my boot until I have a rough circle of cleaner floor. The fire I build is pathetic, a handful of dry twigs and leaves that barely deserve the name. But it catches, sending up a thin ribbon of smoke that disappears through the gaping holes in the roof, small enough that it won't be seen from a distance. I hope. I arrange the walnuts on a flat piece of concrete, then pick up a chunk of rubble about the size of my fist. The first swing cracks the shell with a sound like breaking bones. The second splits it open completely, revealing the wrinkled meat inside. Beggars and choosers, I mutter, picking out the larger pieces with fingers that shake from cold and hunger. The walnut tastes like sawdust and desperation, but I chew methodically. A fragment of shell grinds between my molars, and I spit it into my palm with a grimace. Another piece lodges itself behind my back teeth, forcing me to dig it out with a fingernail. I crack another nut, then another. Each impact of stone on shell echoes off the broken walls like tiny gunshots. The meat is bitter, some of it starting to turn, but I eat it anyway. My stomach cramps with gratitude for even this meagre offering. Look at you, I whisper to myself, spitting out another shell fragment. Leader of the resistance, reduced to eating garbage like a rat in the walls. But rats survive. Rats adapt. Rats find ways to live when everything else dies around them. I crack the last walnut and force myself to eat it slowly, making each bite last. The fire crackles, casting dancing shadows on the scorched walls. In the flickering light, the damage looks even more complete. Whatever happened here didn't just destroy, it obliterated. My gaze sweeps the ruins again, searching for any detail I might have missed, any sign that this place once held something magical, something worth crossing between worlds to find. The concrete is ordinary, the twisted metal ordinary. Even the scorch patterns, disturbing as they are, speak of mundane explosion rather than otherworldly power. Did I get it wrong? The question tastes more bitter than the walnuts. Did you mean somewhere else, Drokar? Some other ruined building in some other valley? But his directions were specific. East through the pine forest, up the ridge with the lightning-split oak, down into the valley where the stream bends north. This has to be the place. You could have been more detailed, I tell the empty air. Could have mentioned the complete lack of mystical stones. Could have warned me I'd be chasing ghosts. The fire pops, sending up a shower of sparks that wink out before reaching the ceiling. I wrap my arms around my knees, pulling my torn jacket tighter against the cold. Night will fall soon. The moon will rise. Maybe then I'll have answers. Please, I whisper to whatever divine force might be listening. Let me see him again. Let me understand what I'm supposed to do. The silver mark on my wrist pulses once, warm against my skin. A reminder of promises made in moonlight. I settle in to wait, feeding the tiny fire one twig at a time. But as the shadows deepen and true darkness approaches, another sound drifts through the broken walls. Voices. Rough, guttural voices speaking in the harsh tongue I learned to fear during my captivity. My blood turns cold. They found me. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world. To protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 30. Drokar. Explain. The word scrapes from my throat like gravel. What do you mean, doom both worlds? Caspian's grey eyes flick toward the shrine entrance, calculating distances. The rope around his wrists has loosened. I can see him testing the bonds when he thinks I'm not watching. Smart. Not smart enough. You truly don't understand what you're asking for. His voice carries that particular dark elf condescension, the tone they use when explaining why orcs deserve their chains. The portal network was dismantled for good reason. Stop speaking in riddles. Fine. He shifts against the stone wall, wincing as the rough surface catches his fine robes. If you succeed in reopening a portal between worlds, every dark elf sorcerer with half a brain will sense the magical disturbance. The elven nobility will mobilize their armies within days. My grip tightens on the axe handle. So they'll come through in force. Humans will be hunted again, not just enslaved, but slaughtered for sport. And the orcs... His lips curve in something that might have been a smile if it held any warmth. The orcs will be exterminated completely, every last one, just as the plan was all those years ago. The words hit like hammer blows, each one driving deeper than the last. I think of the orc clans scattered across Earth's wasteland, of the territories they've carved from humanity's ruins. Fierce as they are, they have no magic, no way to stand against dark elf sorcery. You're lying. Am I? Caspian leans forward, and for the first time since I captured him, Genuine emotion flickers across his features. You think the nobles forgot about Earth? They remember every slight, every escaped slave, every challenge to their authority. Opening that portal would be like ringing a dinner bell. I paced to the shrine's entrance, staring out at the moonlit landscape. The ruins stretch in all directions, testament to whatever catastrophe once befell this place. Wind whispers through broken stone, carrying the scent of decay and forgotten prayers. And your precious human mate? His voice follows me, soft as a blade between ribs. She'll be the first prize they claim. A human marked by orc magic. They'll tear her apart just to see how the binding works. My blood turns icy in my veins. I whirl around, axe raised, and Caspian flinches back against the wall. You're trying to manipulate me. I'm trying to save you from making the greatest mistake in the history of both worlds. His gray eyes bore into mine. Think, you thick-skulled brute. You claim to love this woman? Then love her enough to leave her in peace. Stay here, and forget about portals and goddesses and destined mates. At least that way she has a chance. The axe trembles in my grip. For a moment, one terrible, crystalline moment, I see it through his eyes. Kayla huddled in some earth ruin, waiting for a rescue that brings only doom. Dark elf soldiers pouring through dimensional rifts, their magic crackling with hungry malice. The woman I would die for, screaming as they drag her away. She's safer without you, Caspian presses. Safer if you never existed at all. I close my eyes, searching for certainty in the darkness behind my lids. Is this wisdom or cowardice? Love or selfishness? The questions spiral through my mind like carrion birds, picking at every doubt I've tried to bury. Then I feel it. That familiar burn in my chest. The mark the goddess left when she first whispered mate into my soul. Not fading with distance or despair, but growing stronger. Pulling me towards something I can't name but refuse to abandon. No. The word emerges steady as stone. The lunar goddess came to me. Showed me her face, marked us both as moonbound. You think she would do that just to watch us burn? The gods care nothing for individual suffering. Your gods don't. I open my eyes, meeting his stare with steel in my own. The 13 feast on pain, demand sacrifice, rule through fear. But she's different. She lights the way for lovers and wanderers, protects those who walk in darkness. Caspian shakes his head. You're a fool if you think divine favor guarantees success. Maybe, but I'm a bigger fool if I abandon the one thing in this cursed existence that feels real. I lower the axe, but don't sheath it. She called to me across impossible distance, bridged our worlds with moonlight and dreams. If that's not the goddess's will, then nothing is. Your faith will get you both killed. Then we die as mates should, together. I turn back toward the shrine's inner chamber, where broken symbols still catch traces of silver light. Now tell me about the ritual, or I'll drag the knowledge from your corpse. They'll kill her. Caspian's voice cracks like thin ice over deep water. They'll kill all of you. The words hang in the air between us, final as a death sentence. His gray eyes search my face, hunting for some crack in my resolve, some flicker of doubt he can pry open with his elegant fingers. Then let them come. I step closer, and he shrinks back against the stone wall. I'll burn both worlds before I let her die. The silence that follows tastes of ash and moonlight. Caspian stares at me, really stares, as if seeing something in my face that wasn't there before. His mouth opens, closes, opens again like a fish dragged from deep water. You... He swallows hard, his throat working against the high collar of his robes. You're not speaking metaphorically, are you? No. You would actually... His voice drops to a whisper. You would doom entire civilizations for one human woman? I think of Kayla's amber eyes in the moonlight, The way she whispered my name as she came apart in my arms. The silver mark on her wrist. Proof that the goddess herself blessed our bond. The fierce way she fought her captors, clawing and kicking even when defeat was certain. Yes, the single word falls between us like a stone into still water, sending ripples through the charged air of the shrine. Caspian's face goes white as bone, then gray as old parchment. His bound hands tremble against the ropes. By the 13! He breathes the curse like a prayer. You're completely mad. Probably. I settle back on my haunches, close enough that he can smell the travel sweat on my skin. See the silver flecks in my eyes, catch the moonlight. But madness has served me well so far. This isn't some romantic ballad, you thick-skulled beast. His composure finally cracks, aristocratic mask sliding away to reveal raw terror beneath. You're talking about genocide! The systematic destruction of everything we've built! Everything you built on orc bones and human suffering. My voice stays level, conversational. Sounds like an improvement to me. And what of the innocents? The children? The servants who never harmed? What of Kayla? I lean forward and he flinches. What of every human child your people have butchered for sport? Every orc mother who watched her cubs sold at market? His mouth works soundlessly for a moment before he manages. That's different. Is it? Yes. He stops himself before the word civilized can escape, perhaps finally grasping how little that distinction means to me. I watch understanding bloom across his features like poison spreading through water. The careful calculations, the political maneuvering, the assumption that some combination of logic and self-interest would sway me, all of it crumbling to dust. Nothing will turn you from this path, he whispers. Nothing at all. No! I stand, axe balanced easily in my grip. Now, about that ritual. Chapter 31. Drokar. I leave Caspian bound against the wall and begin my search through the rubble. Each stone I overturn might hide what I need, fragments of power that once bridged worlds. The shrine floor crunches under my boots, centuries of debris mixed with something that glints in the moonlight. I drop to my knees, sifting through dust and broken pottery with fingers too large for delicate work. You're wasting your time. Caspian's voice echoes off the crumbling walls. Even if shards remain, they'll be microscopic, useless. I ignore him, running my palms over the ground in slow, methodical sweeps. There, a piece no bigger than my thumbnail, smooth as glass, but warm to the touch. It pulses faintly, like a dying heartbeat. Found one. Impossible. I hold up the fragment, letting moonlight filter through its crystalline surface. Colors dance within. Silver, gold, deep purple that shifts like oil on water. The warmth spreads up my arm, and for a moment I hear something. Distant singing. Kayla's voice. That's... Caspian's gray eyes widen. How is it still intact? The goddess protects what serves her purpose. I pocket the shard and continue searching. Another glint catches my eye, this one wedged between two fallen stones. Smaller than the first, but the same ethereal glow. By the time the moon reaches its zenith, I've collected 7 fragments. Some no larger than grains of sand, others the size of coins. Each one hums with barely contained energy like lightning trapped in crystal. I arrange them in a circle at the shrine center, where ancient symbols still mark the floor. The moment the last shard touches stone, the air changes. Pressure builds in my ears. The hair on my arm stands on end. Stop! Caspian's voice cracks like a whip. Stop this madness before... The ruins come alive. Power flows between the fragments in threads of silver light, weaving patterns I don't understand but feel in my bones. The walls themselves begin to hum, a deep, resonant note that makes my teeth ache. Dust rains from the ceiling as something vast and hungry stirs in the space between worlds. You fool! Caspian struggles against his bonds, terror stripping away his careful composure. You have no idea what forces you're tampering with. The barriers between dimensions aren't meant to be breached. The humming grows louder, and I feel it in my chest now, like a second heartbeat, syncing with the mark the goddess burned into my soul. The fragments pulse brighter, their light painting the ruined walls in shifting aurora. The last time someone attempted this ritual, Caspian's voice rises to a shout over the growing resonance. The backlash tore a hole in reality itself. Vesperon died screaming as his body was pulled into the void. The fear in Caspian's voice only confirms what I already know. This is working. Listen to me, you thick-skulled brute. The dimensional barriers exist for a reason. Break them wrong and you'll collapse both worlds into each other. Billions will die. I'm tired of your pathetic warnings. The words emerge steady despite the electric charge building in the air around me. Your riddles of doom. Your aristocratic hand-wringing over consequences. Caspian's bonds snap with a wet sound as desperation lends him strength. He lunges forward, pale hands grasping for the nearest shard. I won't let you damn me to the abyss for some human... My fist catches him mid-sentence, knuckles splitting against his angular jaw. He staggers but doesn't fall, those gray eyes blazing with centuries of accumulated fury. You pathetic, love-drunk fool. Blood streams from his split lip as he scrambles toward the circle of fragments. She's just one woman, one insignificant mortal. I grab his shoulder and spin him around, slamming him against the crumbling stone wall. Ancient mortar crumbles under the impact. His head cracks against rock with a sound like breaking pottery. You don't understand. His voice comes out as a wheeze, desperate and thin. White hair hangs in blood-matted strands across his face. She'll cost you everything. Your world, her world, the lives of everyone you've ever... She's already everything. The words emerge from somewhere deeper than thought, carrying the weight of absolute truth. Caspian's eyes widen as he hears it. The finality in my voice, the complete absence of doubt or negotiation. No? He shakes his head frantically, trying to push past me toward the shards. No, I can still stop this. I can scatter them before... My axe comes free from its harness in one smooth motion. The blade catches moonlight streaming through gaps in the ruined ceiling, casting silver reflections across the walls. Please. The word sounds foreign in Caspian's mouth, as if he's never spoken it before. I'm begging you. Think of the consequences. Think of what you're destroying. I've thought of nothing else. The axe feels weightless in my hands, perfectly balanced for what comes next. Every moment since I first saw her face. He makes one final desperate grab for the nearest fragment. The motion brings his neck perfectly in line with my swing. Join your brother in the abyss. The blade takes his head clean off. Blood fountains from the severed neck, painting the ancient stones in arterial red. His body crumples forward, fingers still reaching for shards that pulse with increasing intensity. The moment Caspian's blood touches the dawnstone fragments, the ruins explode with light. Pure silver radiance erupts from each shard, weaving together in patterns that hurt to look at directly. The very air begins to sing, a harmony that resonates in my bones and makes the hair on my arms stand electric. I'm coming, Kayla.
Chapter 32. Kayla. My knees press into the gritty concrete floor, sharp fragments biting through the thin fabric of my torn trousers. The industrial building stretches around me like a metal skeleton, twisted beams and collapsed sections creating a maze of shadows and hiding spots. Perfect for prey like me. The cold seeps through my bones, winter's bite made worse by exhaustion, and days without proper food. I'd managed to build a small fire earlier, using scraps of rotted wood and fabric, but snuffed it the moment I heard voices echoing through the ruins. Can't risk the smoke giving me away. My hands shake as I run them over chunks of concrete and rusted metal, searching for anything that might be what Drokar described. But how do you identify magical stone fragments when you've never seen magic in your life? Every piece of rubble looks the same in the dim light, grey, broken, ordinary. Could be anything, I whisper to myself, fingers closing around a piece of quartz that catches what little light filters through the broken roof. Could be this. Could be that chunk of foundation. Could be completely useless. The symbol on my wrist throbs faintly, but it's been doing that for hours without any clear guidance. Whatever connection I have to this lunar goddess, she's not exactly forthcoming with specifics. Footsteps crunch somewhere beyond the fallen wall to my left, heavy boots on gravel. My heart hammers against my ribs as I press myself deeper into the corner, making myself as small as possible behind a twisted sheet of corrugated metal. Tracks lead this way. The voice carries the guttural accent I've learned to fear. Stupid thief can't have gone far. Should have just killed her back at camp. A second voice, rougher than the first. Save us the trouble of hunting through these cursed ruins. Chieftain wants her alive, says she knows something about the old stories, about elves. My blood turns to ice. Those orcs that heard me talking in my sleep about Vesperon told the chieftain. Elves are dead and gone. Good riddance. The first orc spits, the sound echoing off metal walls. Nothing but trouble, the lot of them. The moon finally crests over the tree line visible through gaps in the roof. Silver light streams down, and something impossible happens. The air itself begins to shimmer. Tiny motes of light dance like suspended stars, each speck caught in the moonbeam glittering with ethereal beauty. I blink hard, certain exhaustion is making me hallucinate. But the glitter remains, swirling in patterns that make my chest tight, with something between wonder and terror. The symbol blazes suddenly, silver fire racing up my arm. I bite my lip to keep from crying out, tasting copper as the pain peaks, and then transforms into something else entirely. Warmth, recognition, connection. Now. Shadows shift behind the metal sheeting. Heavy breathing grows closer. Found something. The rough voice carries dark satisfaction. Fresh scuff marks in the dust. She's close. I press my back against the concrete wall, every muscle coiled for flight. But there's nowhere left to run. They've cornered me in this dead-end section of the ruins, and the only exit requires passing directly through their search pattern. Metal scrapes against stone as they push aside debris. Getting closer. My fingers close around a chunk of rebar, knowing it won't do much good against orcs, but needing something solid in my grip. Human brat. The first orc's voice carries mock sweetness. We know you're here. Come out and we might go easy on you. Speak for yourself. His companion chuckles, the sound like grinding bones. I've got plans for this one. The shimmer in the air grows brighter, more frantic. Something massive is building. I can feel it in my bones, in the silver mark that burns like a brand. A boot kicks aside the metal sheet I'm hiding behind. Two enormous shapes lunge from the darkness, yellow eyes blazing with predatory hunger. Scarred faces split into grins that reveal filed teeth designed for tearing flesh. There you are. The stones bite into my palms as I hurl them at their grotesque faces. One catches the left orc square in the eye, and he roars, stumbling backward with blood streaming down his cheek. You little... I scramble away on hands and knees, concrete tearing through my already shredded clothing. My muscles scream from days of abuse, but terror drives me forward across the debris-strewn floor. Massive fingers tangle in my hair and yank me backwards so hard my neck pops. My feet dangle uselessly in the air as I'm hoisted up like a rag doll, scalp burning where hair tears free. got you now. The wounded orc spits blood, his ruined eye weeping crimson down his tusked face. Gonna make you pay for that, human. We'll start slow. His companion circles us, yellow eyes gleaming with sick anticipation. Strip that filthy skin right off your bones, make it last for hours. Then we'll see how loud you scream when we... I drive my knee upward with every ounce of strength I possess, connecting solidly between his legs. He doubles over with a strangled howl, releasing my hair so suddenly I crash to the concrete. Sharp fragments slice my palms as I roll away. My fingers close around a jagged chunk of concrete, its broken edge sharp enough to slice skin. The wounded orc clutches himself, bent double and gasping through his pain. I surge upward, adrenaline burning through my exhaustion like fire through dry wood. The concrete shard bites deep across his throat before he can straighten. Blood erupts in a crimson arc, mixing with the dancing motes of silver light that swirl through the moonbeam. The metallic scent floods my nostrils as hot droplets spatter my face and arms. He staggers backward, hands flying to his neck, eyes wide with shock. Gurgling sounds bubble from the gaping wound as he tries to speak. His massive frame wavers, then crashes to the debris-strewn floor with a sound like falling timber. The second orc roars something unintelligible, yellow eyes blazing with fury as he watches his companion bleed out among the rubble. His scarred face twists into something beyond human rage. I brandish the bloodied concrete, backing toward the wall. My heart pounds so hard I can feel it in my throat, but my grip stays steady. The silver light grows brighter around us, reflecting off the spreading pool of blood. The air splits open behind me with a sound like reality tearing in half. Silver light erupts from a warped portal that ripples and writhes in the moonbeam. The temperature drops 10 degrees in an instant, and the sigil on my wrist blazes like a star. My heart stops as a massive figure steps through the impossible gateway. Drokar. His silver-flecked eyes burn with fury I've never seen outside our dreams. Every muscle in his enormous frame coils with lethal intent as he takes in the scene, me bleeding on the floor, 2 orcs looming over me with predatory grins. Mine. The word resonates through the ruins like a death sentence. The first orc barely has time to turn before Drokar's axe cleaves through his skull with surgical precision. Bone cracks, brain matter spatters across twisted metal beams. The body crumples without ceremony. His companion lunges with a bone-deep roar, but Drokar moves like liquid violence. He catches the orc's throat mid-charge, lifting him off the ground with one hand, while his axe finds the creature's ribcage. Steel slides between bones with wet efficiency. You touched what belongs to me. The dying orc gurgles something unintelligible before Drokar hurls him into a concrete pillar. The impact echoes through the ruins like thunder. Blood drips from his axe blade as he turns to me, chest heaving. Moonlight catches the silver in his eyes, transforming them into molten metal. Every inch of him radiates controlled savagery barely held in check. Mine, he repeats, softer now, but no less absolute.
Chapter 33. Drokar. The axe falls from my grip, clattering against concrete as I stride toward her. Blood from the slaughter drips from my hands, but all I see is Kayla, alive, breathing, real, struggling to sit up among the debris. Her amber eyes are wide with shock, tears cutting tracks through the grime on her face. She scrambles backward on her elbows until her spine hits the concrete wall, staring at me like I might vanish at any moment. You're here. Her voice breaks on the words. You're actually here. I drop to my knees before her, hands hovering inches from her face. The silver mark on her wrist pulses in rhythm with something deep in my chest. The bond that's tormented me for weeks finally singing in harmony. I'm here. She launches herself into my arms with a strangled sob, her small frame colliding with my chest hard enough to steal my breath. I catch her against me, crushing her close as if I can absorb her into my very bones. Her warmth seeps through my blood-soaked clothing, real and solid and mine. I thought... She presses her face into my neck, words muffled against my skin. In the dreams I could touch you, but this is real. I tilt her chin up, studying every beloved feature. The cuts on her cheek, the bruise darkening her temple, the way her lips part as she stares at me with something between wonder and desperation, as real as the blood on my hands. Her fingers trace the line of my jaw, testing, learning. I can feel your heartbeat. It beats for you. I capture her mouth with mine. She melts against me, hands fisting in my hair as if she can anchor me to this world through sheer force of will. When we break apart, she's shaking. Is this real? Are you really here this time? I lift her easily, cradling her against my chest as I rise to my feet. She weighs nothing, less than nothing after days of captivity and starvation. My jaw clenches at how fragile she feels in my arms. I'm real. I'm here. And I'm never leaving you again. Promise me. Her voice cracks. Swear to me you won't fade away when the sun comes up. I swear it on my blood, on my breath, on the goddess who brought us together. I press my forehead to hers, letting her feel the solidity of bone and flesh. You are mine, Kayla. Death itself couldn't keep me from you. She surges up to kiss me again, hungry and desperate. Her teeth catch my lower lip, drawing blood that she licks away with her tongue. The taste of copper mingles between us as passion overtakes reason. My hands tangle in her hair, holding her steady as I claim her lips with all the reverence and fury burning in my chest. Around us, the corpses of our enemies grow cold under the moonlight, but they fade to nothing beside the miracle of Kayla warm and alive in my arms. Her hands claw at my tunic, nails catching on leather ties. Off, now! I rip the fabric apart. Buttons scatter across concrete like shrapnel. Her breath hitches as I drag her torn shirt over her head, exposing pale skin mottled with bruises and dirt. My thumbs dig into her hips hard enough to leave fresh marks. Marks that say mine louder than any. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
I vow. I collapse beside her, tucking her battered body against mine. Moonlight glints off the silver mark on her wrist, pulsing faintly where our skin touches. Her finger traces a scar across my ribs. Alive! Always. Sleep claims us tangled in blood and sweat, her heartbeat thrumming.
Chapter 34. Kayla. Dawn creeps across the ruins like a thief, stealing the silver light that brought us together. I wake pressed against Drokar's chest, his heartbeat steady beneath my cheek, a rhythm I thought I'd only ever feel in dreams. The scent of him fills my lungs. Leather and sweat, and something earthy that speaks of forests I've never seen. Real. Solid. Here. His arm tightens around me as consciousness returns, fingers tracing lazy patterns across my bare shoulder. The gesture is so gentle after last night's ferocity that tears prick my eyes. Still breathing, I whisper against his skin. Always will be. His voice rumbles through his chest, deeper in the morning air. As long as you're beside me. I lift my head to study his face in the growing light, Those silver-flecked eyes that haunted my dreams now watch me with an intensity that steals my breath. Real eyes, real man, real miracle. What do we do now? The question hangs between us like smoke. His thumb brushes along my jaw, collecting a tear I didn't realise had fallen. I laugh, the sound shaky and raw. I thought you had a plan. You are my plan. He says it without hesitation, like the simplest truth in the world. Everything else is just details. My throat constricts. That's not very strategic. Strategy is for battles you're not sure you can win. His hand cups my nape, drawing me down until our foreheads touch. I've already won. The goddess gave you to me. The mark on my wrist pulses with silver light, warm against his skin where our bodies connect. I stare at it, this brand that appeared the night we prayed together, when I didn't even believe prayer was real. She did, didn't she? Wonder colours my voice. The lunar goddess. She actually. This isn't coincidence. No coincidence could cross worlds. Drokar's voice carries a reverence I've never heard from him before. She reached through the void itself to bind us. I trace the scar along his collarbone, marvelling at the reality of flesh and bone. Tell me about her. About what this means. He shifts beneath me, gathering my smaller frame closer against his warmth. My people lost favour with the gods long ago. Our magic died with their blessing. Punishment for pride or weakness, depending on who tells the story. But she chose you anyway. She chose us. His fingers thread through my hair, untangling the knots from our coupling. I don't know why. Orcs haven't heard divine whispers in centuries. We make offerings, speak prayers to empty air, hope something listens. Something was listening. She was listening. He presses his lips to my temple, the kiss soft as butterfly wings. And now I owe her a debt I can never repay. I push up on my elbow, studying the earnestness in his expression. What kind of debt? Everything. The word carries the weight of mountains. My life. My strength. My devotion. Whatever she asks, I'll give. Even if it means leaving me. His grip tightens, fingers digging into my hip hard enough to bruise. Never. You're part of the gift, the answer to prayers I was too broken to speak. The certainty in his voice melts something frozen inside my chest. For 24 years, I've believed in nothing but survival. Now this mark burns against my skin like a brand of belonging, and I can't deny what brought us together. I believe, I whisper. For the first time in my life, I actually believe in something bigger than just making it through another day. His smile transforms his entire face, fierce pride mixing with tender joy. Then we'll serve her together. Whatever that means. My heart clenches as reality settles around us like morning mist. The portal that brought him here, I don't even know if it's still open, or if we're trapped on this side forever. I need to find my people. The words tumble out before I can stop them. I need to make sure they're safe. That they escaped after I was captured. Drokar nods, no surprise in his expression. Of course you do. I want you to come with me. I press my palm against his chest, feeling the steady thrum of his heartbeat. I never want to be without you again. I can't. I won't survive losing you after this. A deep chuckle rumbles through his chest, rich with affection. You've changed quite a lot from that first moonlit dream we shared. Remember? You tried to claw my eyes out. Heat floods my cheeks at the memory, how I'd spat fury and called him monster, liar, brute. How I'd fought him with everything I had, even in sleep. You changed me. I traced the silver mark on my wrist, still glowing faintly in the dawn light. You showed me love. His eyes soften, silver flecks catching the early light like stars. He cups my face in his massive hands, thumbs brushing across my cheekbones with reverent care. Then I'm already the richest orc who ever lived. He kisses me, slow, deep, tasting of promises, and forever. When we part, I'm breathless and dizzy with the sheer magnitude of having him here, real and solid and mine. I'll follow wherever you lead, he murmurs against my lips. Your people are my people now. Your fight is my fight. At that moment, the first snowflake drifts down between us like a blessing. Then another, then dozens, crystal fragments catching the pale sunlight as they dance through the air. I tip my face up, watching the sky transform into a cascade of white. The flakes settle on my bare shoulders, melting instantly against skin still flushed from his touch. Beautiful, I whisper. Perfect timing, Drokar agrees, his breath clouding in the suddenly frigid air. That's when awareness hits me like a slap. I look down at myself, at the shredded remains of what used to be my shirt, at fabric hanging in tatters that barely cover anything important. Drokar? Yes. My clothes are completely ruined thanks to you last night, and I have nothing but your body heat to keep me warm. His laughter booms across the ruins, bold and unapologetic. Yes, just our luck. The snow falls harder now, coating the broken stones around us in pristine white. I shiver as flakes settle on my exposed skin, each one a tiny shock of cold. Without hesitation, he scoops me up in his arms like I weigh nothing at all. His warmth immediately surrounds me, chasing away the bite of winter air. Can't have my mate catching her death before we find your people, he says, carrying me toward the far corner of the ruined building where a broken slab of concrete still hangs overhead, creating a shallow shelter. He settles me against his chest beneath the makeshift roof, his massive frame blocking the worst of the wind. The moment Drokar leaves to scavenge through the ruins, winter bites into my skin with vicious teeth. I wrap my arms around myself, but the shredded remains of my clothes offer no protection against the wind that whips through the broken stones. My teeth chatter as I huddle beneath the concrete overhang, watching snowflakes dance through gaps in my makeshift shelter. The cold seeps into my bones, making my muscles seize and spasm. I press myself against the wall, trying to steal warmth from stone that's already frozen. Stubborn woman! Drokar's voice booms across the ruins as he shuffles back over, arms loaded with fabric and leather. I can hear your teeth chattering from 50 yards away. He drops beside me, immediately pulling items from his collection. My boots, somehow intact and dry, along with shorts that could double as pants on my smaller frame. A tunic large enough to house a small family hangs from his massive fist, and draped over his shoulder is a thick bearskin pelt that looks like it could stop arrows. Where did you find all this? Well, those orc bastards won't be needing it anymore. He helps me slide my feet into the familiar comfort of my boots. The shorts fit like loose trousers, cinching at my waist with a leather cord. The tunic swallows me whole, but the fabric is thick and warm. When Drokar wraps the bearskin around my shoulders, blessed heat finally begins to penetrate my frozen limbs. Thank you. I watch him pull on his own clothing, leather vest, thick boots, the familiar sight of his massive frame taking shape. He straps his axe across his back with practiced efficiency. Let's go, sweetheart. That charming smile transforms his scarred features, making my heart skip despite the cold. I step forward, eager to begin our journey. Then the world tilts sideways. My stomach clenches, empty and hollow, sending waves of nausea crashing through my system. The ground rushes up to meet me. Drokar's arms catch me before I hit stone, his grip steady and sure. What's wrong? My pride wars with practicality for exactly 3 seconds before hunger wins. I haven't eaten properly since they captured me. Barely anything for days. Something dangerous flickers across his expression, a promise of violence for those who starved his mate. But his hands remain gentle as he settles me back against the wall. Why didn't you say something sooner? Because I'm an idiot who thought I could power through it. He rummages through the pack that somehow made the journey through the portal with him, producing wrapped parcels that make my mouth water just from their scent. Dried meat, dark and salty. Bread that's gone slightly stale but tastes like heaven. Water that's clean and cold and perfect. I devour everything he offers, my shrunken stomach protesting the sudden abundance, even as relief floods my system. Better? He watches me with the focused attention of someone monitoring a patient's recovery. Much. The food sits heavy but welcome in my belly, already restoring strength to my shaky limbs. I feel human again. When I stand to leave, he immediately turns his back to me and crouches down. Climb on. I can walk. I'm sure you can. Climb on anyway. I want to argue. Independence has kept me alive this long, but the solid warmth of his back calls to me like a siren song. I slip my arms around his neck, settling against the familiar strength of his shoulders. He rises effortlessly, my weight nothing to his massive frame. The bearskin wraps around both of us, creating a cocoon of warmth as he begins walking through the snow-covered ruins. My cheek rests against his shoulder, breathing in the scent that's become home to me. The steady rhythm of his gait lulls me into contentment I haven't felt in years. I love you, I whisper against his ear, the words soft as falling snow. I love you more. He grumbles back, but I can hear the smile in his voice.
Chapter 35. Drokar. I dropped to one knee in the snow, studying the faint impressions pressed into the white canvas. The tracks are shallow, light footsteps, smaller boots, and the telltale drag marks of someone trying to obscure their trail. Human, I murmur, tracing the edge of one print with my finger. Recent. Maybe 2 days old. Kayla's hand settles on my shoulder, her touch warm even through the thick leather of my vest. Are you sure? I've been tracking since I could walk. I rise, brushing snow from my knee. These prints belong to your people. Small feet, worn boots, deliberate spacing to avoid leaving clear marks. Relief floods her face, chasing away the worry that's haunted her features for days. They made it out. They're alive. More than alive. They're being careful. I point to where the tracks weave between tree trunks, never following a straight path. Someone taught them well. She grins, pride mixing with exhaustion. I did. The wind picks up, cutting through the valley like a blade. Kayla shivers despite the bear skin wrapped around her shoulders, and I see her jaw clenched to stop her teeth from chattering. Without a word, I unwrap one of my heavy furs, the thick wolf pelt I've carried since leaving Protheka, and drape it over her smaller frame. I'm fine, she protests, even as she pulls the fur tighter. You need that more than I do. I'm twice your size and run hot as a forge. I secure the fur around her neck with practiced efficiency. Besides, frozen mates are useless for conversation. Did you just call me useless? I called you chatty. I shoulder my pack, grinning at her indignant expression. Big difference. We follow the tracks through the afternoon, my eyes reading the story written in snow and broken twigs. The group moved carefully but not desperately. No signs of pursuit, no panicked running. They knew their business. As the sun sinks toward the horizon, we crest a ridge that overlooks a narrow valley. Below us, tucked between towering pines, sits a cluster of ramshackle buildings. Smoke rises from several chimneys, and warm light spills from windows covered with salvaged glass and cloth. There, I breathe, pointing toward the settlement. Kayla follows my gesture, her breath catching. A small figure bundled in layers upon layers of mismatched clothing bounds from one building to another, kicking up clouds of snow with each enthusiastic step. Sylvie. The name falls from Kayla's lips like a prayer answered. The girl disappears into what looks like a communal hall, her laughter carrying on the wind even at this distance. Other figures move between the buildings, adults going about the business of survival, children playing in the snow despite the cold. They found somewhere safe, Kayla whispers, tears freezing on her cheeks. They actually found somewhere safe. I wrap my arm around her shoulders, pulling her against my side. Your people know how to survive. You taught them well. She starts forward immediately, her feet finding purchase on the steep slope without hesitation. Her eagerness to reach them radiates from every line of her body. Slow down, I call after her, lengthening my stride to keep up. Snow's deeper than it looks. One wrong step, and you'll roll down this hill like a runaway boulder. I can handle a little snow. Famous last words of every frozen corpse I've ever found. She shoots me a withering look over her shoulder, but does slow her pace. We pick our way down the ridge, following a game trail that winds between the trees. The horn blast splits the air like thunder. The deep, resonant note echoes off the valley walls, followed immediately by a voice raised in alarm. Orcs! Orcs in the valley! The peaceful settlement erupts into chaos. Figures pour from the buildings carrying weapons, makeshift spears, hunting bows, clubs fashioned from scavenged metal. Windows slam shut and I catch glimpses of faces pressed against glass, wide eyes scanning the tree line. An archer appears on the roof of the largest building, bow already drawn. The arrow knocked to his string burns with oil-soaked cloth, orange flame dancing in the wind. Wait! Kayla shouts, waving her arms above her head. It's me! It's Kayla! The archer hesitates for half a heartbeat, then releases. The flaming arrow cuts through the air with deadly precision, aimed directly at my mate's chest. I don't calculate angles or consider consequences. I simply move, throwing myself between the arrow and the woman I'd burned both worlds to protect. The arrowhead punches through my shoulder with a burst of fire and pain, the flaming tip embedding deep in muscle and bone. The impact spins me sideways, but I keep my feet, gritting my teeth against the searing agony. Drokar! Kayla's scream tears through the air. The settlement falls silent except for the crackle of flames eating at my shoulder. Every eye fixes on us, the massive orc standing protective over the human woman they thought they'd lost forever. I grip the arrow shaft where it protrudes from my shoulder, the flames licking at my fingers. The pain blazes hot as molten iron, but I've endured worse. With one sharp jerk, I rip the burning projectile free and hurl it into the snow where it hisses and dies. You absolute fool! Kayla tears at the hem of her tunic, fabric ripping in her haste. Why would you hold still? It's nothing. Blood seeps through the hole in my vest, but I've had worse wounds from construction accidents. Flesh wound. Flesh wound. She wraps the torn cloth around my shoulder with practiced efficiency, her fingers nimble despite their trembling. You took an arrow meant for me, you stubborn... Kayla! The shout cuts through her lecture. A slight figure breaks from the crowd of humans, hair streaming behind her as she races across the snow. The girl throws herself at Kayla with such force that my mate staggers backward, laughing through tears that freeze on her cheeks. Brittany! Kayla's arms wrap around the younger woman, holding her like she might disappear. Britt, you're safe. You're all safe. We thought, when you didn't come back... The girl's voice breaks, muffled against Kayla's shoulder. Brendan wanted to go looking, but we didn't know... I'm here now. Kayla strokes Brittany's hair, her voice gentling to something I've only heard in our dreams. I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere. A young man pushes through the gathering crowd, his hand resting on the hilt of a rusted blade. His eyes burn with the reckless fire of someone desperate to prove himself worthy of the weapon he carries. Kayla. He stops just out of arm's reach, his gaze flicking between her face and my bloodied form. What is this? What's an orc doing with you? The suspicion in his voice sets my teeth on edge, but I force myself to remain still. These are her people, her family in all but blood. Brendan, this is Drokar. Kayla keeps one arm around Brittany while facing the young warrior. He's the reason I escaped that camp. The reason I survived long enough to find you again. An orc helped you? Brendan's grip tightens on his blade. Orcs don't help humans. They enslave us, kill us, use us. Not this one. The certainty in Kayla's voice sends warmth through my chest that has nothing to do with the wound. She steps closer to me, her shoulder brushing my uninjured arm. Without him, I'd be rotting in a cage still. Or dead. Her amber eyes find mine, fierce with conviction. He risked everything to find me, to bring me home. The crowd murmurs, uncertainty rippling through their ranks. Weapons remain drawn, but pointed at the ground rather than my chest. Progress, of a sort. A small figure detaches itself from the cluster of adults and walks forward with the fearless confidence that only children possess. Golden curls peek from beneath a knitted cap, and bright blue eyes study me with open curiosity rather than fear. She stops directly in front of me, craning her neck to meet my gaze. Then, without warning, she wraps her thin arms around my leg and squeezes tight. Thank you, Mr. Orc. Her voice carries the pure joy of someone too young to understand that the world is supposed to be cruel. You brought Kayla back. Thank you.